I call this meeting to order. Mr. Williams, will you take a roll call for the meeting?
Mayor Kurt Mayotte. Here. Councilman Matthew Myers. Here. Councilman Rob Carwell. Here. Councilman Rob Jones.
Here.
Councilman Jonathan Heisey.
Present.
Councilman Byron Schwalmar.
Here.
Report.
If you'd stand for the pledge of allegiance, please.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your head.
Heavenly Father, I just come to you today. We're so thankful for your Son, Jesus Christ, who showed us a new way. Lord, always forgive us of our sins. Let us always seek for you for guidance in our lives. And let us always treat other people with love and kindness. Be with all these people today as we discuss these important issues and make the best decisions for everyone. And this we ask your Holy Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Cardwell. Item 4A, Chief Logan.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thanks for giving me just a moment here for a couple of well-deserved presentations. This evening we want to recognize our Assistant Fire Chief, Brian Stewart, Chief Stewart, right here behind me. He has dedicated over 15 years of service to this city as a salaried firefighter, working his way up and earning the position of Assistant Fire Chief. Being a part of our department is not always easy. It's required extra time, extra work, and extra sacrifice to get us where we are today. I will say I've told Chief Stewart how appreciated he is in the community, but I don't think he was expecting that he was this appreciated with this crowd. It just makes me jealous. So thank you all for supporting him. We greatly appreciate Chief Stewart, along with the support and understanding of his family, and would like to recognize him for achieving 15 years of service to our citizens. I'm going to take a picture here in a second, but before we do, I've got one more presentation. Mr. Sifke, would you join us up front here? We want to recognize also a young man who chose to benefit the Piedmont Fire Department and ultimately all of our citizens. Jared Sifke has been pursuing his Eagle Scout rank. He contacted us about an idea he had for his Eagle Scout project. He wanted to plan, develop, and lead a project to build a turnout gear dryer for our department. We use what's called an extractor to wash our turnout gear when we get back from a fire, but we've never had a drying system. Jared recognized this and thought it would be a great idea for his Eagle Scout project. So we now have a gear dryer at our disposal. This type of drying system, if purchased, would have cost anywhere from $6,000 to $15,000. Jared was able to design and build a very efficient and functional drying system for our turnout gear at no cost to the fire department. We want to express our sincere gratitude to Jared and all who donated and participated in this project. And we want Jared to know this is not just a check mark for achievement, but this drying system will be used by our department for a very long time.
Yeah.
Item 5, consent agenda. Matt, you want to pull anything?
Yeah, item D.
Mr. Cardwell? Mr. Jones?
I don't have anything, no.
Mr. Heisey?
No.
Mr. Shaw?
No, sir.
Can I get a motion to approve A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J?
Make a motion to approve those items.
Second.
Matt?
Aye.
Ron? Aye. Rob?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
Mr. Matt, you pulled item B, would you like to discuss?
Yeah, there's some inconsistencies with some of the minutes. I just want to address with that. Specifically like the points of order and maybe motion and Mr. Cardwell second.
You any more specific, or is that?
We might just tell staff specifically what about the motions, or I think there was something you said that was recorded correctly.
Yeah, so the point of orders are just listed as point of order. It doesn't say what the point of order is, it doesn't say what was done about it, stuff like that. And then I just want to clarify.
So we can just take no action and bring up the next meeting.
Okay.
Point of clarification, what was the point, first one was point of order and the second one was what?
One of the motions made by Mr. Cardwell, I think, I just want to verify that information. But I can get the city staff after this.
Yeah, it's on page 22. Okay. So no action on B. On 5B, no action. Scheduled, actually, I'm going to go to citizens' comments, number 7. Sarah?
Good evening. I am Sarah Zarling, a statewide data center organizer from Wisconsin, where we unfortunately have experience in dealing with Cloverleaf and are in the thick of multiple data center proposals and active construction projects. I am here because one of your residents reached out to Wisconsin asking for help because he knew it was that important, and I am here because it is that important. I need to warn you of a very real danger to your community, and that danger is sitting right there. We're all adults here, so let's imagine this proposal like an issue in a marriage. If you were to make a huge financial and life-changing decision knowing your spouse didn't agree, and you did it anyway, it would create a breaking of trust that you may not be able to recover from. Is that who you want to be for the residents of your community? Is that the dynamic you want? Or do you want to help restore their faith in government? Look out at all these people, the residents who are trusting you to protect them, and the people who are only here because their paycheck depends upon you saying yes to this project. Thanks to Aaron and Cloverleaf securing the land for the deal, Port Washington got literally the worst financial deal of all the active data center projects in our state, and as soon as it was locked in, they sold it off to Vantage Data Centers. Residents are paying for the project with higher taxes and utility rates, along with a massive construction project that has divided the community, caused great disruption and stress to the lives of nearby residents and surrounding communities, and eroded the residents' trust of their elected officials. The dump truck traffic and dust alone tie up residents trying to get to and from work and degrade the air quality. For months, they were subjected to 24/7 construction. Residents have been stopped and hassled by private security for driving on their own roads or stopping to look at the construction. In Beaver Dam, a meta project is leaving nearby residents with dry wells, contaminated water, structural property damage, and many trees cut down by the utility company with no permission or warning. There are no protections or programs in place to provide them with water, remediation to their property, or to pay for their well water testing, which is hundreds of dollars out of their own pocket. In Mount Pleasant, residents sued Microsoft because of noise just weeks after they started bringing our first hyperscale data center online. You are about to make the biggest decision of your lives. The ramifications of your choice are life-changing and far-reaching. I have met people here who built their lives on this land with generations living close by who are now facing great turmoil and uncertainty. Please allow proper time to look more into this project than what Cloverleaf has been telling you. Don't let the threat of them suing you make you say yes. That's not what a good neighbor does. You have a responsibility to look out for your residents. Secure protections for them first before you approve anything. If you took an oath, you need to uphold your duty. Otherwise, someone here might decide that they can do better.
Darren Blanchard.
I want a clarification here. So are we going to have everyone testify on the data center ahead of time? Or are we going to stay with the rules with citizen comments being on subjects that aren't on the agenda?
Yes.
So the rules require citizens' comments going to be items that are not on the agenda. I think we've gone to great lengths to make that, as far as we can make that clear. We've had the boxes up front, so I understand that we've tried to check through and make sure that no one signed up for data center topics. If that one was blank and no one made a motion, I understand the concern.
Well, so you're telling me that they're putting down a different subject and then doing data center?
No, hers is actually just marked citizen comments, no information.
Okay, well then, if they start into the comments and it's on the agenda, it's against our rule. They need to wait until the agenda item is reached.
I might just make a, I tried to clarify this with everyone when I was standing at the back. Citizens' comments by the rules here are limited to 20 minutes. The council typically takes up agenda items for public hearing until everyone has had the opportunity to speak. And that's why we've been trying to be super clear with you all to put them in the correct box. That way we can ensure you have the opportunity to speak at the correct time. During this time, if the mayor calls your name during citizens' comment and you intended to be on the public hearing, just go ahead and let us know. We'll put you in the right box to make sure you get the full amount of time for you on your agenda item.
Are you speaking on the data center?
I'm speaking on an email from the developer in regards to a project in the state of Michigan.
Just roll with it.
Okay. Darren Blanchard. I live in Mounds Creek County, about 20 miles southwest of Tulsa. I've worked with multiple communities on data center projects, transmission lines, which my land is impacted by, energy infrastructure projects like multi-thousand acre solar projects that are being proposed in this area of the state and other parts of the state. One of the things that I noticed was there was an email from one of the representatives of the developer, Cloverleaf, from Michael Evans. And as background, I'm a former compliance officer, worked at multiple levels of the government. And when you're reviewing items for fraud, any sort of misappropriate behavior, you always want to take the adage of let their words do the talking. That's actually straight out of the training manual of the FBI. But Mr. Evans said that we work with communities that want and welcome growth, focusing projects in industrial zoned areas. The email goes on to say that they've learned lessons along the way, and they're committed to doing things the right way, such as earning the trust of the community. Now, I don't know what the count is here tonight, but last time in July it was about 287. To me, that doesn't sound like a community has accepted, this developer. And I'm not going to call anyone names, I'm not going to call anyone liars, but let's just say, in my opinion, and I think the opinion of the majority of this room, that this developer has stretched the credibility gap beyond repair. Let their words do the talking. They've said in writing that they will not be in a community if they're not welcome here. And by the looks of the attendance tonight, that's exactly what I see.
Roy Nelson.
Good evening. So since this started, I went from retired sailor to getting very involved in our civic politics, and some very welcomed and some very not. One of my recent things that I was doing is running for board of trustees for Cimarron Electric Cooperative, and during that I had a few different meetings with the CEO. During one of those meetings, I learned that they have an NDA with somebody that doesn't sign NDAs. Mind you, that's an elected board, and he said he doesn't sign NDAs with elected officials. So that was interesting. Also, during another attempt to go see Aaron, I did see some of our officials up there, and I'm hoping that something that they learned there will come out tonight. I didn't see any meeting minutes or anything else, but I guess I could open records request if I needed to, if I know what was discussed. Anyways, that's all I wanted to talk about. Thanks.
Sarah Gilmore. Gilmore.
Hi. I'm still sort of forming this right now, but I just wanted to say there might be many negative comments tonight, but I want to speak life. I thank God we live in Piedmont, and I want to thank God for all of you. He appointed you in the seat of authority, and I trust his choice. Romans 13:1 says, "Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, granted by his permission and sanction, and those which exist have been put in place by God." You have heavy burden, whether you believe in God or not, to take care of his people. And I want to take this opportunity to stand here and acknowledge the weight of the responsibility each of you carries as members of this council. You are entrusted by God and the citizens of Piedmont to ask hard questions, to protect the long-term interests of this community, and to make decisions that could affect families here for generations. I respect the office you hold and the responsibility that comes with it. I also recognize that sitting in these seats means hearing from people on every side. You get the angry, you get the sweet, you get the kind, and even though I'm addressing you, I ask that everybody be kind tonight. Let's just honor God with our attitudes. But I also know that respect that I'm giving also means I'm expecting careful due diligence. It means expecting questions to be answered before irreversible decisions can be made. It means expecting the interest of Piedmont citizens, not pressure, timelines, promises, or outside interests to remain at the center of every decision. I'm not asking anyone here to automatically agree with me on anything that I ask, but I'm asking you that you slow down where answers are still missing and wait for the answers before you cast your vote.
Which in the right folder.
Okay, because I know the last meeting, it was very confusing, and I didn't get to speak at the last meeting.
Which is in the right box.
Amber Ramsey.
I don't have a speech, guys. I just wanted to say that I was hoping that maybe we could think about something before something like this ever happens again. If we can find some ways that we could preemptively communicate a little bit better. I was hoping maybe like that would be a little bit healing. It's very hard for me to see it from both sides. So I thought maybe we could do some things, like some changes to the way we can communicate, the way citizens can get input to kind of change some of those feelings. I feel like you guys have all done a really good job communicating with me, and I appreciate that. Maybe I care because of my job and what I do. But I was thinking that maybe we could put our heads together and find some ways to heal the damage this has caused, and so we can do better for the next time. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Rodney Jones.
Rodney Jones, 9163 Richland Road Northwest. You know, when I moved to Piedmont many, many years ago, about 26, my dad, when he came out to my place, he lived his last 5 years with me. And we'd sit out on the back patio, and this is in the morning, you know, in hot weather. It was 114 degrees in the shade when I built my house. But Dad and I would sit out on the back patio. I've got a little pond down about a half mile away from the house. And you could hear the bullfrogs bullfrogging. You could hear the quail quailing. You could hear all this other stuff. You'd look up, and I can't tell you how many. I mean, it wasn't all that many. But you could look up, and you could see some meteorites going by. Now, of course, we've got the windmills that have these wonderful little clearance lights that flash every once in a while. But it's just a beautiful morning when I sat out there this Saturday, because it was halfway cool. And I remember the time with Dad. And I'll be honest with you, I wasn't going to speak on the data center this time, but it almost brings tears to my eyes to know that whether it's the noise that is going to be sitting there going thrum, 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 thrum the whole time, or whether it's the noise that we can't hear that adversely affects livestock and their fertility, which that part's been proven as well. And just thinking about it, thinking about the possibility that if I can't move, I'm pretty well stuck. Good news is I'm 72 years old, so I'm going to die probably before this whole thing gets done. But I just, if you have an opportunity, whoever you are, you need to go out and enjoy what you have, because somebody's getting ready to yank it out from underneath you.
Well, Roy already told you about the NDA that Simon Electric did sign with our electric co-op. But I do have another question, because I did an open records request, and in that open records request, there was an NDA form from Beltline that was sent to this city, to the community development manager, and that's all I've gotten. When I've asked multiple times now, what else is there with it? And I've been told nothing. I have a hard time believing that the community development director made a decision to not respond, which is what my answer was, that she did not respond. So I would like some clarification, because that's just unacceptable. I did talk to Mr. Heisey about some confusion in the minutes, because again, we just did training, and a 10-minute conversation went down to a simplified motion that at the very last second, the mayor said, going back to planning and zoning, but on the minutes it says that's just nothing's happening. So if we can work on that, especially since we did just do training, make sure that people are clear on what's being said. Also, there was a citizen that posted a comment on Facebook, and it said that she went to the source, she went to the city, and she posted a picture of the project. And I have yet to find out where that picture is from, and I'd like to know where that picture is from. I've written my city council members, everybody, and the mayor included, and nobody's even opened the emails. So I'm kind of giving up on that. So I'm very frustrated. So if somebody would talk to me afterwards, I'd like to know where this picture came from, and if it was from the packet that we got last week, or the council got and was taken away. I'd like to know why that information is being put out to only certain people who seem to be in for the data center, instead of being distributed to everybody, because that is definitely not transparent. Okay, well that'd be great if somebody can answer that question. I know you're not. I know you can answer. I know you guys can ask questions because you have to me before. Okay. And I am still waiting on open records requests. One of them was a really, really simple thing that I could have received, and it was the changes of the meetings. And I just don't understand why I'm not getting my open records request. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Mary Aldridge.
I need to say my name and address, or, okay. All right, so I'm gonna just talk about, local community type things. I've noticed that new people that have moved in have seen a lot of the back and forth negative, and they're wondering what's going on and if this is a place they should have moved into. I feel like we need to handle ourselves a little better, me included. I know that I made it right with some people, and that's all I can do. I also wanted to say negative businesses, or there's been negative about businesses and whether we should go to them. I think that needs to stop. Like this is a big decision, but that's not fair. This is a big decision for you guys, and I just hope that you put your personal feelings aside and do this for the community and what's best for us, because money is awesome. Like I would like to have all that money, but that's not going to happen. But I love it here, and I don't want it to change negative things. So that's everything.
Robert Swearens.
Good evening, Bob Swearens, 920 Johnson Avenue, here in Piedmont. Excuse me, good evening, Mayor, Council, and City Manager. These issues have become about more than a data center. It's about how we make responsible decisions as a community when the stakes are high, the boundaries are unclear, and the emotions are strong. These emotions are understandable, especially for the families who live closest to the proposed development. These are not simply dots on the zoning map. They are people's homes, property investments, and quality of life. But concern alone cannot make public policy. Neither can fear, anger, personal agendas, or assumptions about what might happen. We must separate what we know from what we believe, what we fear, and what we can prove. No single side has a monopoly on the truth. Supporters may see economic opportunity. Opponents may see the risks to their property and quality of life. Both deserve to be heard, and both should be expected to support their arguments with facts. This is not a time for egos, this is not a time for ulterior motives, and it is certainly not a time to make neighbors into enemies. We do not have to agree, but we must be smart enough to recognize that fighting with each other is getting us nowhere. When this decision is over, we will all still live here, we will all still be neighbors, and we will all live with whatever comes next. Let's stop measuring success by who wins the argument. Let's measure it by whether we ask the hard questions, demand the facts, demand transparency, and use every bit of leverage we have while we still have it. Facts over rumor, transparency over secrecy, solutions over division, and community over ego. Thank you.
Mike Archer.
So those state laws do pertain to data centers. Is it more appropriate to go at a later time?
If it's data centers, we'll take you about the data center item, yes, sir. Which in that box? Yes, sir, we'll do that.
John Gilmore.
John.
Are you waiting, sir?
John Gilmore.
It's not a general. It's a day.
Where does it go? Data center. Put that data center box. Thank you.
Chelsea Bingham.
Good evening. I wanted to take the opportunity tonight to remind the city council members and the mayor that Piedmont Ordinance 09-25-23A, that all governing body members should fully participate in city council meetings, other public forums while demonstrating respect, kindness, consideration, and courtesy to others. This ordinance further stipulates that in the spirit of the Open Meeting Act and in furtherance of the City Council's commitment to conducting government business with as much transparency as possible, electronic devices belonging to a councilor should be turned off or set on airplane mode during City Council meetings. Use of electronic devices by City Council members for talking, texting, email, or otherwise during City Council meetings is except for emergency communications. It is except for emergency communications prohibited. All that we ask is that you show us the same respect that we are expected to show to you. We spend hundreds, if not thousands of hours to research these topics because they impact our everyday lives, they impact our future, the future of our kids and our grandkids. And like many Americans, a lot of our largest investments are our homes. So of course we're going to have a lot invested in all of these topics. So I ask that you follow your own rules and give us the respect that we deserve. Thank you.
Scott Murrow, do we need to vote one more time? So we are out of 20 minutes. So I'm asking the council if somebody would make a motion to extend the time for this last comment.
Make a motion to extend for the last comment.
Second.
Rob?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Matt? Aye. Byron?
Aye.
Ron? Aye. Mr. Murrow?
Appreciate that. I just want to start by saying that I know you guys have a tough job. You guys you're never going to make everybody happy. And I know there's a lot of people who would never want to sit in your seats. So thank you for giving your time and effort to the city. I was going to talk my 3 minutes right now because I can't take more than 3 minutes on item A about the threat that Cloverleaf gave to our city, but I will just leave it at this. Kingfisher County appears to be looking into this. At their meeting today, the water issue was tabled, and there was discussion about possible moratorium and about a planning and zoning opportunity that could potentially be placed on the next week's agenda. I just want to let you know. Thank you.
Alrighty, before we move into item 8, scheduled business, I'd like to, without objection, I'd like to leave the council meeting and convene to the PMA meeting on page 205. Without objection, I'd like to take the roll call from the council meeting and use it for the PMA. Matt, do you want to pull anything with consent?
Sir? No.
Ron?
No.
Rob?
No.
Jonathan?
Item D.
Item D.
D is in dog.
D is and Byron?
No.
Can I get a motion to approve A, B, and C on the consent agenda?
I move we approve it. Items A, B, and C on the consent agenda.
Second.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Mr. Heisey, item D.
Yeah. These are not equal quotes. I know this was voted on at the last meeting, asking you to reject Triple J's bid, but my motion is going to be to reject all of these bids because it's obvious that they're not all bidding this, they're not all quoting the same things because the quotes here don't even have the same items on them, they don't even have the same quantities. And if they were given a standard sheet with the quantities and the items, they would all have the same quantities and items on the proposal that they gave the city. And I'm going to ask that you not ask me any more questions, or else it's not going to be pretty. So, I move to reject all bids for the Morgan Road Bridge repair.
Second. Matt?
No.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a second motion on that item. Do that? Can I make a second motion on that item? I move that these items, this repair be put out for quotes again, using a standard quote sheet, and that the mayor can call a special meeting if we need to approve the most qualified quote.
Second.
Yeah, so, I know you and I talked about this a little bit, this was one thing we talked about. No, I thought it's noticed as rejection only, and so, however, since it's under the bid cap, we don't have to have authorization, the city manager can just get those bids and bring them back to you. But I'm quite confident that he'll make sure the bid sheets are the same enough to grant the vote.
Thank you.
So we don't need those.
You're good.
I don't have any citizen comments for the PMA. Those are all covered. We have no scheduled business for the PMA. So without objection, I'd like to leave the PMA and reconvene to the city council. Page 2. Item 8A, discussion, consideration, and possible action on rezoning application submitted by Aaron Bilyeu. This is the planned unit development. You guys would come up and give us your presentation. Hey, will you, Mr. Corman, yeah, will you hit that light switch for us? Turn the back one on. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us early in the evening. Looking forward to be able to get through the presentation here. I know this is the first time you'll be seeing a lot of this, unless you read the presentation that we started on last time. Before we get started, I do want to address an item, and that is relative to the press release that we put out earlier this week. The intent of that press release was to continue to be as proactive and as communicative and as transparent as we can be about our intentions for the project. We did put additional land under contract that is in Kingfisher County that could potentially be a data center project if this group elects not to move forward with our proposed PUD. So again, the intent there was to be as transparent as possible. Would have been easy for us not to do that, but again, just wanted to keep everyone informed as the project continues to move forward. Tonight's attendees, a little bit different than last time. We had some people not able to make it. So these are the people who are here tonight representing Cloverleaf. We got myself as the Chief Development Officer, Jonathan Abibi, our Chief Technical Officer, and then Brent Kissling, who's a consultant with Next 2 Consulting, who is doing some economic development work on our behalf. Then also with us, we have David Caparelli, who's an advisor, has done a lot of natural gas work to answer any questions you might have about that component of the project. And then 2 of the development managers that work with us, Travis Armistead and Karim Patel, are here as well and may be called up to answer specific questions if you have them. Here's the agenda. For anyone looking for the updated presentation, it's mostly the same as last time. However, there are some updates, particularly in the maps, to include the additional parcel. That QR code will work to get you a copy of the presentation. The things we're going to talk about tonight, we'll talk about Cloverleaf and very responsible data center development and the commitments that we have made and will continue to make for the project. We'll talk about the project Open Sky and the benefits potentially to the city of Piedmont. And we'll also be looking to address a lot of key data center concerns and opportunities, because there is a lot of misinformation out there that is being consistently quoted. So, sorry. Oh, not a problem. Yes, and that also directs you to the Project Open Sky website. All right, anybody still need the QR code? Raise your hand if so. I assume that's what that meant. All right, good. Okay, I will not drain this slide. This is sort of a broader perspective on the overall leadership of Cloverleaf. We're about a 2.5-year-old company at this point. We were founded to develop powered land sites for large energy users. Most of us come out of the data center industry. I think I've counted, we now have 8 or 9 ex-Microsoft people, and just added our 4th ex-Meta person. We've come out of some of the largest companies in the world. You can see there on the bottom right, large, very trusted companies, both on the data center side, as well as on the renewable energy side, and engineering, things of that nature. Plus or minus 15 years in power and development in terms of the experience with our people. Lean Agile team, and the 29, I believe, is actually 31 now, as I think we had 2 people start this week. So continuing to grow, but still a fairly small, fairly nimble company. So just kind of setting the stage, excuse me, overall. The PUD that you are reviewing today, it includes 633 acres, which includes, I think my pointer's working. I don't think it has enough range. So the PUD includes the area in the light green, sort of in the center of the map on the right. And we've identified 3 potential expansion areas to the northwest, to the southeast, and as most recently announced, 337 acres in Kingfisher County, directly on the north side of the project. The way our company works is we assemble the land options. We then work with folks like yourselves to put planning permissions in place. We also work with the utilities to get the energy contracts, there we go, that one works, to get the energy contracts in place. We then work with an end user who comes in and will design and build their own facility. So the people we work with, examples are listed there on the left. The Port Washington project was mentioned. That was sold to Vantage Data Centers, who's now building a data center for OpenAI. Will be the ultimate user there. We've also sold projects in Georgia to Google. And so we continue to work with these large end users who then come in, design and construct the facilities, and ultimately become part of your community. In terms of the entitlement flexibility, again, it's our intention to work with the City of Piedmont. We believe this would be a good fit for your community. But if that's not something that this group ultimately elects to do, we will likely be continuing to proceed with a potential project on the 337 acres in Kingfisher. Be working on those probably simultaneously. We'll talk about kind of the process in a little bit and where we are, and some of the additional steps in the process where the project would come back and need additional approvals from this body to move forward. In terms of the overall economics, right now we are looking at around a 600 megawatt facility. We would like to increase the amount of power to the facility to around 1.4 gigawatts. So the tax revenues you're seeing on the energy side are based on around the 594 megawatts. That would be roughly $9 million a year to the city of Piedmont. And then in terms of property taxes, we're projecting $13 million to the city based on a $1 billion investment. And so those are fairly conservative, quite honestly. A meta project, one of my former employers that just got announced in Canada that would be similar to this. What they have committed is $13 billion in investment, 3,000 peak jobs, 300 operational jobs, and about 60 million in water and road infrastructure that they would be paying for. You would also then see, if we get to a 1 gigawatt campus, you know, that number from the 600 megawatts continue to go up from the sale of electricity as well. So this is a significant opportunity for the community. Realize I need my clicker. Okay, so the Cloverleaf standard, this is something that we do everywhere. Our company is built on transparency, meaningful local benefits, and responsible development. So we do have no NDAs with any public officials. We host community open houses, which we did here in the community, and have websites with all of the information on there. You got the link to the QR code just a minute ago. We do provide local, meaningful benefits. We work with the community to understand what the community's needs are. We will work to administer those programs, and we will be making charitable contributions based on the community's priorities. The other thing that we do and pride ourselves on is responsible development, very much about protecting natural resources such as water. We'll talk about that. Mitigate the negative impacts on roads, water, sound, and views. We've got slides to discuss all of those things. And then the other thing that we do is pay our own way. No costs are passed on to the ratepayers on the water, on the electricity, on the utility side, or on the roads. The data centers are definitely here to pay their own way. So what is a data center? So data center is essentially a large industrial building filled with lots of computers and servers. The things that come out of a data center, all of their smart searches and recommendations that you're seeing coming through Google or whatever your search engine of choice are. All of the traffic and navigation on your phones, Google Maps, again, comes through optimization. Things like precision agriculture come out of technology and data centers. All of the shopping and delivering, everything you're doing on Amazon and all your online shopping runs through data centers. Every credit card transaction, the fraud and security that comes with that. And then one very near and dear to me is just the healthcare and the early diagnosis with all of the technology that's out there. The lower left is just a diagram kind of showing, and you'll see all of these elements when we go through the site plan in more detail. So you've got the data center campus buildings, you've got some perimeter roads to be able to service those. You've got a secured perimeter and entry, you've got office components, and then ultimately you have a substation to serve the building that comes on site. Okay, what does a data center look like? Lots of questions out there. What can they look like? This is a data center that's not too far from my home in Phoenix. This is a slightly smaller but very dense data center. It's 86 acres, 250-ish megawatts. What you see on the left is really what I would expect a data center on this site would look like. It's a logistics building, very logistics-looking building, with an office component and parking around the front. Some equipment potentially on the roof. And then in the plan view on the right, you can see it's very near homes in this case.
But all of this is the mechanical equipment that is tucked in behind to really minimize sound, minimize visual impacts and things like that. This is a more dense data center than what we're proposing. Again, this is 86 acres. We're looking at several hundred acres to accomplish a little bit more data center. So why build in the city of Piedmont? It's more than about building a data center. It's really about building a community. There has been a significant amount of positive press. I believe some of that may have been forwarded to you about some communities that are seeing huge benefits from data centers. The Microsoft data center in Quincy, Washington, over the last several years has driven the poverty rate down from 29 to 4%. The article from that project is called A Brand New Everything, because that community has, from the revenue driven by the data center, been able to completely rebuild itself. You have put in a very responsible development ordinance that we're willing to work with. There's a few changes that we would like to see. But you were proactive and you put in a comprehensive ordinance that allows this project to be able to move forward. There is some infrastructure that y'all need that we would love to participate in the cost of. I know there's challenges with the water and some of the roads are two things that we would be very interested in working with you to fund that. And then really the long-term revenue generation allows you to create a long-term budget to be able to maintain and grow and have a vision for your community with. And again, the data center wants to be part of that. In terms of the industry standard, the data center will come in and earn the trust and support of the community. Once we get through this stage of things and you start to see the benefits. And then there will be significant investments in the local communities and the large companies that I mentioned that would be the ultimate users here. Those are some of the largest, most trusted companies in the world, and they end up investing a tremendous amount into the communities where they operate. So, addressing water, or addressing concerns. I am not going to drain this slide because we have backup for every one of these. The siting, proximity to Matthewson substation, critical. Water use will cap at 75,000 gallons a day per an agreement with the city that you will have regulation over. We will fund the water and wastewater. We will fund the road upgrades. You have need for your transportation and mobility. Again, the data center is willing to participate in that, fund ours, and also make other additional upgrades. We will be the quietest place in Piedmont. According to your zoning code, we're required to be that. We will do that. We can talk about infrasound, which is a non-issue. We will pay for the fire services and make sure that the services required by our facility are paid for by us, the material, the equipment, the training, all of those things. Again, benefits back to the community. We talked a bit about what data centers look like. Jonathan will come up and talk about the power generation and ratepayers. Got some information for you on property values. Data centers actually increase property values instead of the contrary theory that they drive them down. The economic impact we've hit. We'll talk about community benefits. Cloverleaf will step up to the table and make a $10 million commitment on the front end to help bridge to when the property taxes and the energy revenue starts to come in. And then Oklahoma House Bill 2992, protecting the ratepayers. So, the proposed location. We've talked about this. The reason we chose this location is really the proximity to the Matthewson substation. It's one of the strongest points on the grid. So connecting there makes a whole lot of sense for the project, as well as not having to build any transmission lines. So we can hook directly into that substation, be right across the street, and not have to string several miles of transmission to other locations within the city if we went somewhere else. So in terms of going somewhere else, there's been questions asked about the existing industrial area. And so I skipped over the transmission one to get to this. If we did that, number one, we would have to build 5 miles
of transmission lines at 150 feet wide, which would impact numerous properties along the way, homes, businesses, other things. In terms of land use compatibility, this is compatible with what had been proposed. I understand that that has not been ratified at this point. And then also the residential proximity. We're around 15 to 20 properties within a mile of this proposed data center location. And moving it down to the proposed industrial area, that number would jump to between 300 and 325. So what this really means is this project in this location is actually minimally impactful compared to many others, particularly the industrial area that had been proposed previously. Okay, the PUD. You have a, what I would call a fair and strict PUD. There are some things in there that we're proposing that would be slightly different than what you originally asked for. We are proposing an overall decibel limit of 60 decibels, and I'll get to why we feel that's appropriate in a few minutes. By the way, just to orient you to the slide here, everything in black is what you've asked for, and we're saying, yeah, that's good. Anything in green, we're proposing a modification to. And I apologize if anyone's colorblind and can't see that. Can you see the difference? Okay, all right. I just thought of that. Put that on the list to make sure we don't do it again. And then down on the design and visuals, we don't believe that screening rooftop equipment and ground-mounted equipment is necessary because of the berming and the landscaping on the perimeter. You'll never see past the perimeter. So screening things that can't be seen doesn't seem to make sense to us. Then on the second page, just taking out the requirement for a special use permit, because what that means is another step in the process and coming back here rather than just saying, yes, everything we've agreed to from a layout perspective works. We would request a 65-foot building height to allow two-story buildings. Allowing two-story buildings brings a smaller footprint and brings those buildings into the center of the site and also allows for better sound attenuation. I see Mr. Myers has a confused look on his face, so I'm going to try and be proactive. A single-story data center is about 30 to 32 feet tall, and so if you go two-story, it needs to be 60 to 65 feet. Oh, does it say 7? Oh, per in?
We'd ask for a modification to 75 feet in height.
Typo on the slide.
Yeah.
Thank you. Also, the 12-foot berms or walls, we've requested to go down to a 6-foot berm. The requirement is for 3 rows of coniferous trees all the way around, plus some additional trees and plantings. So a 6-foot berm that's as tall as me, even I can't see over, plus 3 rows of trees on top feels like it's sufficient. There's also a sustainability aspect to it because of the tens of millions of yards of dirt that would have to be moved to get to a 12-foot wide, 12-foot tall berm. 12-foot tall berm, just for reference, at a 4-to-1 slope on both sides, plus a 12-foot on top of it, gets to be a 108-foot wide berm. Imagine that running a couple miles around and how much dirt you have to move. So we feel like 6 is more than sufficient. And then we would request you take out the parking spaces. That's more of a thing we see with retail and office buildings and things to make sure people have enough parking. The data centers will put in the appropriate amount of parking for their employees because it's really only their employees on site. So in terms of what we're requesting in terms of variations, there really isn't a heck of a lot here, given the breadth of your zoning requirements already. So let's talk process for a minute. We are really in kind of step 2 here. So step 1 is the site selection and due diligence, which we've been at for about that amount of time, looking for land, sourcing land, obviously continuing to source land as we just signed some up recently. Phase 2 is the zoning approval. Determines the land use for the property. It does not authorize construction, right? We can't go out there and start moving dirt if y'all say, yes, this is good. So this is step 2 that we're in. The next step would be for us to identify the end users, get the end user here, and they would start to take over the project. And ultimately, where this group has the ultimate authority is in a development agreement. Because in that development agreement, that's where you're going to spell out, here's exactly what the data center is going to do. Here's the exact dollars that are going to be allocated for the fire department. Here's the exact conditions during construction that we're going to agree to, things like haul routes and whatnot. So this group will continue to have authority over the data center project through the development agreement. Once that's done, we will be working through the pre-construction and the permitting. So getting the stormwater management plan approved, the road improvements done, the lighting plan, noise study, building permits, that'll all be 4 to 6 months, and then we'll get into construction. So construction on a project like this will be a cloud data center likely. Cloud data centers, they want to build very quickly and get all the construction done and be done and out, okay? So what that means is a shortened duration period relative to the historical cloud data centers that have been built for a long time, okay? So the plan there, try to be done in 18 to 30 months. We put 36 on here to give a little cushion and padding. And then after that is just the post occupancy, the ongoing third-party compliance for water, for sound, for lighting, all of those things. So the bottom line here is this is a first step and not a final approval for a project like this. This is to allow the project to continue to be able to move forward. So here is the more detailed plan. This one's been shown a couple of times here. There we go. Now my pointer's working. So the PUD that we've got is sort of this tetra-shaped piece. And what we're showing is data centers tend to have 2 entries, a front entry and a back entry. So all of the traffic will be managed, and the security we're showing kind of here at the northeast corner. You notice there's a security gate. They call it a rejection loop in case somebody gets there by accident and can drive out before getting into the secured perimeter. The secured perimeter would encompass all of the buildings that you see here. We're currently showing 6 buildings. And then at the north there, sort of an office and administrative, here's the office and administrative building. And then also a warehouse for spare parts and things like that that's on site. And then we're also showing the substation that would be connected in via the overhead power lines. Sorry about that, Mayor, if I hit you with that. The overhead power lines. And then on the southwest portion of the site, we're projecting to put in a natural gas peaker plant. So that plant will not run all the time. That plant will only run part of the time during the cold of the winter and the heat of the summer when there's peak electrical loads. The grid doesn't have enough power to be able to cover that. The utility will kick that on to cover the peak. In terms of the undisturbed sight lines, you can see we've got a rendering. And so what this is basically if you took and you cut straight through the entire site, what this is showing is from section A, which is from the top, looking down this way, all the way across the site, that someone standing over here on this side, we have the 6-foot berm, we have the 3 rows of triple planted trees, as well as native understory vegetation so that you can't see through the bottom, and the sight line all the way across the site, even with a 2-story building, you won't be able to see those buildings. So we have a commitment that as you drive around the site, this is not going to be an eyesore because you simply cannot see it. Your rules are all listed here. The public, we talked about the triple rows of evergreens. The public frontage has native pollinator-friendly species trees, 100-foot landscape strip, 6-foot canopy tree every 30 linear feet, shrubs. And again, will be prepared by a registered landscape architect here in the state of Oklahoma.
Can I ask a question on this slide?
Yes, sir. You can ask a question whenever you like. Just stop me.
Well, if that section A is actually, can you show me where Waterloo Road is over there at 0 on the left?
Perrin, you can help me with that one?
Waterloo is right here. And yeah, this arrow is slightly, it should be right out here that shows the water in the office. I'm just trying to get everyone in a rough direction.
Okay. Yeah, because, initially I was looking at section A is running through a building and not through the detention pond.
Yeah.
That's shown.
I believe Travis is right. The actual arrow needs to be just to the right, because then you could see where you would see the detention pond, you would see the building, and then you would see ultimately the 2-story data center to the far right.
Well, in the office, okay, so your office building's at 35 foot? Okay.
That's the office building right there.
Okay.
Yeah, so the side line goes across the one to the office.
Yeah, so you're at the road, the berm, the detention pond, the office building is there, and then the data center's back here.
Okay.
With the parking lot in between.
So the
Yes.
section line needs.
Section line needs to be moved and flipped to turn to the right. So
Thank you.
sometimes you look at these PowerPoints for so long, you find the smallest little things. But yes, you are correct. I appreciate you pointing that out.
Can you clarify the perspective?
All right, ready to move?
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of water use, I know this has been a consistent topic and concern here in the community with some of the things that have gone on. We are requesting 75,000 gallons of water per day. That is a maximum amount that would be on contract with the city, and that is literally all we could withdraw. The water use, the heaviest use is at the beginning of the project. We are committing to a closed loop system. So what a closed loop system is a loop, kind of like a car radiator, that circulates into the building. Outdoor mechanical equipment, whether that be dry coolers or air-cooled chillers, cool the water and circulate it into the building. It goes to the chips, and the servers are then cooled with heat exchangers. Hot water comes out and gets circulated back, and that loop is just a continuous loop to cool the data centers. And so after the initial fill, the only water that gets used in the data center on an ongoing basis is for bathrooms and break rooms and showers. Most of the data centers have now gone to what's called xeriscaping, which is no water for landscaping even. They'll just use indigenous plants so that they don't have to use the water even for the landscaping. So after the building's up and running, it gets down to 10 or 20,000 gallons to be able to operate the facility. Again, the 75,000 is to really fill the initial system. Estimates are anywhere between 5,000 and 8,000 gallons per megawatt to fill that initial system. Yes, sir.
You ever planted a tree in Oklahoma?
There we go.
Well, that's why they try to go to the xeriscaping, but that's why we have a local certified landscape architect who may tell us we're crazy for needing to do that. Now, with all of the trees around the perimeter, we may need that water for watering the trees that are required. Okay. And again, data center will pay for the infrastructure that needs to be put in to support the project. We understand that there is concerns about the existing water system. We've heard anecdotes about lower pressure near the site and on this end of the system. We're willing to pay for a water tower if that's what's needed, the infrastructure to get it out there, and again, that's the sort of thing that benefits the entire community by allowing everyone to have better water pressure in and around and near the, not in the site, but the adjacent neighbors to have better water pressure due to the infrastructure upgrades paid for by the data center.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Recently, I was given some information about an atmospheric water system for closed-loop data centers, where these giant dehumidifiers were put in place that could produce up to 1.5 million gallons of water per year pulling out of the atmosphere. Have y'all ever looked at that? Would you consider that?
I looked at that at Microsoft. That is, if you could get the volume to work, that would be something that you could potentially do. It's a function of the humidity of the area, how the system works, how often you need it, things like that. But the data center prefers to be hooked to the municipal system because that's the most reliable system. Not to say if you ask us to look at it, we would certainly look at it, but the preference is to be connected to the municipal system.
Thank you.
Yes?
Will you commit in writing not to drill any water wells?
If we get connected to the system, absolutely.
Will you commit in writing to not drill any water wells?
We will commit to not drilling any wells on this site?
Yes, sir. In writing? You put that in writing?
As long as you'll serve the system. We have to have water for the data center.
Understood. So, will you commit in writing not to drill wells?
I will commit in writing to not drill wells if the city will commit to 75,000 gallons per day of rain. Absolutely.
Hey, gallery, this is their time to present to the council, so there will be a time for public hearing in a minute if you signed up for that. So I really do appreciate you guys so far for letting us get through this and hearing. But if you could kind of keep the noise down, I appreciate it.
I have a question about Quincy, Washington plant, because they are using their, I'll just talk about it because this is block static.
Just because where it's at, there's something above it.
Yeah, okay. So in Quincy, they're getting about 378,000 gallons per day, recycling some water. And one thing I couldn't figure out, I know that it's kind of a mineral-rich water, which we do have some of that, you know, with the production of salt water and stuff from the oil and gas business. Have you looked into recycling, treatment, water options with what we have excess here?
Well, there is no recycling of the water because it literally stays in the system perpetually.
My point on the recycling is using another water source other than potable water to utilize like they're using in Quincy. They have a filtration treatment system where they are taking mineral-rich water, treating it through multiple different, methods to get to the point to where they can use it. I just didn't know if you had looked into that.
We have not looked into that specifically, but certainly could look into it. Just need to meet the water quality standards for the initial fill, because that is a stainless steel vacuum-filled system that you want, really pure, clean water going in, so that you don't get any corrosion or anything wrong with it. So yes, we would look at it is the short answer.
Another question. What water would you use for the initial fill of the filling system?
That's why we need the 75,000 gallons per day to be able to fill that system initially. The data center requires between 5,000 and 8,000 gallons per megawatt to fill. And so after that initial fill and the facility's up and operating, you're only going to use about as much water as an office building for the equivalent number of employees, because it's just bathrooms and break rooms, and again, if there's a workout facility, should be showers, but that's really the only water that gets used.
It's about 4 million gallons.
Sounds about right.
8,000 times 500 is 4 million, if I'm doing my math right.
Yep.
How long would it take to fill that? I mean, how long would it take to fill up the cooling system? I mean, that's...
Well, keep going on your math. 4 million divided by 75,000.
A couple months, probably.
Couple months, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, it won't all be filled at once. It's not one single loop. There's multiple systems, and as the zones got done, it would be filled. Again, that can actually be done if it's a concern on the volume side. It could be done at night, so when other people aren't needing allocations of water. So those are the kind of things that the construction companies will work with you on.
We have very hard water here. Do you treat the water before
it would be treated to the appropriate standard
so it would be like
before
some kind of
injected in.
Reverse osmosis, or what do you call it? You boil it off.
It would likely be
distillation process or something?
My guess, without knowing your water quality, so I owned the water team at Meta and Microsoft, so I've dealt with a few water agreements. My guess is they would put in a mobile RO system for the initial fill for that couple of months when the system's being filled, and then take it off site, because you wouldn't need that quality after the initial fill.
Right. Yeah, it's been pretty hard water. I know you said stainless steel, but it's incredibly hard.
All of those things are what comes after this, right? There's tens of millions of dollars of engineering and architecture and design and all of that to make sure all of those details get worked out for this specific location. Ready to move on? Okay, I think we can cover this or pretty much skip it, because I think we actually, through your questions, answered this. Again, we are willing to pay our freight on the water side and work with you in a way that helps overall support your long-term comprehensive plan for infrastructure and wastewater here.
I do have another question I have a question about wastewater.
Okay.
Besides the bathrooms, in the facility, what other wastewater discharges do you have?
Zero.
So what happens to the water inside the cooling system? You never have to change it out ever? It lasts forever?
One of my very good friends runs all engineering for one of the companies up there. He assures me you never have to take it out of the system. If you eventually decommission the entire building and take the entire building down, then you would do it, and you would truck it out and dispose of it properly.
So would you commit in writing to never discharge any of that water if you were connected to the city sewer? Would you commit in writing to never discharge cooling fluids into our sanitary sewer?
Yes. And again, I want to be super transparent. It's not just water.
Yeah, you mix a lot of other chemicals in there for corrosion.
The only other thing that went into a similar project that was being described to me is some propylene glycol, which is an approved food additive according to the FDA, so it's not a toxic chemical. That's the only other thing that goes in, and the reason that goes in is to prevent the fluids from freezing. And so that is completely connected or completely disconnected from the municipal system, and would have to be taken off site. And that's the kind of thing that we would put into a development agreement to ensure, and again, the building plans and everything would ensure that that would not go into your municipal system, would not go into any adjacent aquifers, anything like that, would be disposed of properly.
These closed loop systems like you're proposing here, the one that would be used in this building, how long has that technology been being used in hyperscale data centers like this? How many years would you say?
The first ones are just coming online right now.
So would you say like 2025, 2026?
I would say, honestly, 2025. There's probably been some, now if you put hyperscale in there, the first one I know about is actually in Atlanta. That's up and operational. That's in a single building of about 348 megawatts, which is a very, very large data center. The reason people have gone to these closed loop systems, first of all, there's the public perception. right? And, the challenges with water and the droughts and things. It's just the right thing to do to move away from water. The reality is, you can't cool the new technology using water anymore. So the way and this is going to sound confusing, but stick with me for a minute, a bit of engineering. The way we have historically cooled data centers is like swamp coolers. And that's where you get the water evaporation. You basically take potable water, people are going to breathe the air, potable water, turn it into a mist, blow air across it, you get cool air. You dump it into a big space, and the servers then suck in cool air, blow out hot air in the back, and there's a chimney on the back, and it exhausts the hot air. Okay? That's where you got water consumption. And people who say data centers consume millions of gallons per day, they're right based on how things used to be done. I personally have sourced lots of water, even in places like Phoenix, for data centers to cool those old type of data centers. The new data centers, the chips run so hot that you can't cool it just by blowing the cool, humidified air across it. So the technology has evolved to the point, because first rule of thermodynamics, you can push 4 times as much heat into water as you can into air. And so these closed loop systems, and using the water, not evaporating the water, but using the water as a heat exchange method is more efficient. And so that's really why the industry has gone to these closed loop systems, is the necessity of the technology out there and the requirements to reject much more heat than we historically have had to do.
So you commit in writing to not use evaporative cooling?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be a dry cooling system when the ultimate rejection of the heat in the atmosphere is through fans?
Correct.
Okay. You said this system's only been around since maybe 2025, and you said you had a friend who said that this system, the coolant would never need to be changed out. I mean, it's been around a year or two, and we're making lifetime rejections of a system. I mean, that's...
So if we go back to your question, you asked specifically about closed loop systems and hyperscale data centers.
Right.
Hyperscale data centers have only been around a year or two.
Yeah.
These types of systems have been used in smaller data centers and all kinds of industrial applications for years and years.
But
So
it's not at scale, right?
No, this is scaling it up for sure. These are the largest infrastructure projects ever built.
What would you say the scale factor is on that?
Well, the one facility in Atlanta was built by a company called QTS, and I believe that one is 348 megawatts. And that is 348 megawatts, and I know we had a little bit of this conversation last time, so I don't want to rehash or confuse.
I wasn't here last time, so
Oh,
sorry.
okay. So when we talk about power, there's 2 kinds of power, or ways we talk about power. One is utility power. That is the amount of power that comes from the utility through the substation onto the data center site. And when I talk about the size of buildings being 348 megawatts, we call that IT, basically how many servers you can plug in. So if you want to know, there's a conversion there, about 1.4 in terms of what a data center load is versus the utility load. So because you need to run those fans. So that's called the PUE. So as a point of order, that 350 megawatt data center at a 1.4 PUE is about 425 megawatts coming from the utility. We're currently sitting at 600. So that one building is about 60% as big as 66% of what we're proposed, of what we have secured for power today.
Sure, but circling back to my original question.
And by the way, they are building another building on that campus.
The scale factor of the systems you said have been around for a while, and now they're being scaled up in size for hyperscale. What's the scale factor from the system? How small? How large are they? How much larger are they than the systems that were previously used in other applications?
I would be hard pressed to give you an accurate answer on that.
Would any of your staff be able to answer that question?
No.
Yeah, so you don't know. It could be 10, it could be 50. We really don't know.
It certainly wouldn't be 50.
And then, but we're making lifetime projections on something that we don't know what the scale factor is.
We're scaling up tried and true mechanical systems.
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the transportation mobility, again, just looking at your comprehensive plan, your master plan, this is an opportunity to significantly increase the quality of your roads, the quality of the infrastructure through the additional tax revenue. I don't think I'll say too much more about that. I think that one's pretty evident. This is an interesting topic as well. We call this the quietest place in Piedmont. The reason being, your requested limitation is 60 decibels during the day and 50 decibels at night. Again, we've requested just a straight 60 decibels. Once the data center starts running, it doesn't get louder at night or quieter at night. It is consistent. But on the left is your existing noise ordinance. Every single property category in Piedmont is allowed to be louder than the data center. So you can consistently run 70 decibels in a public park, and we are committing to running significantly less than that, 60 decibels at the data center. Other industrial areas are up to 80 decibels, and so again, we are committing to be the quietest place in Piedmont by statute. On the right, just as to give you a sense for things, we did a sound study, took 4 measurements, and already out on that site, one of the locations was right at 60 decibels. You can see 59.9. 2 others are above the requested nighttime limit, and then the other one is right at that nighttime limit. So this project would not be contributing significant sound to the area. In one case, essentially nothing, and the others, minimal decibels.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
As the crow flies, how far away would I have to be standing to not hear it? Decent weather, which we don't have a lot of.
Well,
is that a fair question?
Sound is hard. I'm not going to pretend sound isn't. As the crow flies, you could stand 3 feet from point NM-01 and not hear it because the noise there is already that loud.
Well, I have some questions.
Yeah.
You say it's that loud. That's the equalized. That's an average of multiple readings over half an hour or so.
Yes. So sometimes louder, sometimes quieter.
And that's between like your readings. There's 4 readings you took were between 8 and 11 a.m.
Yes.
Wind advisory day too.
Yeah, during wind advisory.
Yep.
Which I have a question is how are those noise meters shielded from wind so high winds don't distort the readings that they take?
I would have to get a sound engineer, but they produce the results based on their technologies, and this is all they do is produce these readings.
But it was not. It wasn't. From what I read it. There's no standard test method that they use. They just put these out here for a certain length of time, took the recordings, and gave us the.
Yeah, there is a full study, more than what you're seeing the readings there, that will have the full technology used and the methodologies and all of that, like any engineer.
That's not defined in our ordinance, by the way. So that's a problem. So those readings you have up there, the 3 locations that are near existing homes. Do you know what the average noise level was between 8 and 11 a.m. based off the NM02, 03?
I think that is the average.
Yeah, but if you average those 3 together, what is it?
It's going to be pretty close to 52.
Yeah, 52 decibels. But you want to raise, and that's during the day, and you want to raise it to 60 all day long.
Correct.
But we don't even know what it is at night. So it could be possibly considerably lower than 52 at night. So you could be raising it. You could be raising the noise levels. We don't know how much you're raising it at night if you want 60 during the entire 24-hour period.
We can work with the 60. Keep in mind, our neighbors can actually be at 70 if they're residential. they can be louder than we can.
So why did you not measure any noise levels at night?
We're following the recommendations of our engineers in terms of collecting appropriate samples for similar projects.
So you don't know why you only did it during the day?
Again, this is the recommendation and the scope from our engineers of how, in their professional judgment, they would run a sound study for a similar project.
Okay. So how can you say you're not adding significant noise when you don't know what the nighttime noise levels are?
We're adding not significant noise during these times. If you'd like us to do a nighttime study, that we can do additional studies as part of the next steps going forward.
People are in their house 24 hours a day. I mean, so you don't have any concerns that you may be significantly exceeding the 50 decibel noise limit in the IT zoning district at night?
Can you say that again?
You do not have any concerns that you're significantly exceeding the 50 decibel noise requirement that's contained in our IT zoning district regulations?
We are requesting that that be raised to 60 decibels.
Yeah, but that's not the question that I asked. I asked, do you have any concerns that you may be significantly exceeding 50 decibels at night?
I think if you left it at 50, we moved forward with the project, we would have to comply with the 50 decibels at night.
Okay. So you're willing to commit to 50 decibels at night?
We would request that you would keep it at 60, but
that's not what I asked.
That's a conversation we need to have.
Well, that's why we're here tonight, right? I mean, this is a conversation we're here to have. I mean, I have examples of multiple data centers in Virginia and Maryland that the one in Fairfax County agreed in its special use permit to not exceed 50 decibels at the residential property line. It's right there. And that's from 2023. So that's 3 years ago. So you think you could do that?
Yes.
Okay. Will you do that? Will you commit that in writing?
I think we're having a great conversation, and I think that we need to look at the package of potential amendments to our PUD to understand, and really, things like that, quite honestly, are not even up to me to accept, realistically.
Well, who is?
Because, you'll hear me out.
Yeah.
The way we have worked, and I've done this all over the world and worked in other communities, is that at a meeting like this, you can make a motion to say, I want to approve this PUD with these 4 amendments, right? And then if the group agrees with that and puts it forward, then we make the decision about, are these things we can live with and we can move forward with? I will tell you that I believe 50 decibels is not a deal killer.
Okay. Okay. Would you be willing to use another scale besides the A-weighted scale? Would you be willing to use a C, admit to some kind of noise requirements using a C-weighted scale?
Yes.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay. But I guess the last question is, if you knew that the noise level requirements at night were 50 decibels, why did you propose a data center that didn't meet those requirements?
60 decibels, I believe, is actually a reasonable limit. I actually don't think that it's going to be a problem, given the size of this data center and the distance from the property line. Particularly when you put in a triple row of trees and all of the underbrush, it's really hard to get any sound through there at all. We were just looking to have a consistent number, because again, once the data center starts going, the data center doesn't stop and turn off, and it doesn't fluctuate day and night like some other industrial manufacturers would do.
Well, it could take several years for the vegetation to grow to the required heights, thicknesses.
Exactly, which is why it will get quieter over time, quite honestly.
All right, I don't have any more questions.
I've got some.
Yep.
In the PUD, you came up with 60 decibels, obviously, but when we're talking about hertz, I didn't see any sort of guideline or ceiling on that. Why is that? There's no guideline in there for the hertz.
Because what Jonathan was mentioning, the hertz actually gets figured into the C-weighted sound limits. The way your ordinance was written was just with straight decibels with the what they call the A-weighted. And so we were just responding to what you had requested and making basically choosing the same units and terminology that you had used. By the way, the number with the C-weighted will go up from 50 because the C-weighted skews higher, but that's a technical conversation for another time to make sure that we get to the appropriate noise level.
Here's one of my, for me personally, most important questions. Say things don't work out the way some of the residents want in terms of noise or vision. Would you be willing to purchase their homes above fair market value or compensate them in some way?
We have had those conversations with some of the neighbors, and we are doing that in other cases, so we will have those conversations.
I think that's important.
Comment on the noise. Rob?
Yeah.
Mike, I go ahead and ask a question.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I was going to comment that in the noise study that was done, there was nothing acknowledging like how much noise comes from a peaker plant. Obviously that would be something necessary to be done, and I think with my experience and investigation on those peaker plants, that location where the peaker plant is at wouldn't work because there's not enough baffling, muffling, so on and so forth. We would like to know if you're able to move some of that area and reorganize, your site plan, because that's really, I think, what has a lot of people concerned. There was not a lot shown with regards to the data center facility next to Richland Road and Moffett Road. Can you modify and not have that PUD extend that far? Is that a deal killer? Can you move it a quarter mile or a half mile to push things to the north and just bring more of your land that you're acquiring from the north annexed into the city?
As the PUD is written, the peaker plant would be subject to the same noise requirements as the rest of the site. So that's answer one. Putting in the peaker plant, we would have to find a way to make it work at the potentially 50 decibels at night. And so that's answer number one. Answer number two is absolutely that can be done, because another likely outcome here is this is not the last time this PUD will come before this board. Now that we have, so when we submitted the PUD, we only had the land under control, that is the Tetris piece that you see today. So if we had said, hey, we want to include this piece and this piece, we got to go back to the beginning and start over. So what we would likely do is come back to this board next month, 2 months, whatever the appropriate timing is, and say, hey, we'd like to amend our PUD, same rules, regulations, but we also want to bring in this other piece of land into it, which would give more flexibility to do things exactly like you're talking about. But again, on the sound piece, if it's within the PUD, it has to comply with the same sound as the rest of the site. And it would be incumbent upon the, what we call the IPP, the independent power producer that would develop that. They would have to meet all of the requirements. Same screening, same height requirements, all of those things.
All right, thank you.
Keep going. All right. Infrasound. I think we've hit sound here. Our research, our studies actually say infrasound is not an issue. There's a lot of literature out there where people have done the research, and it is not a danger at all. It started out primarily in the wind industry. Wind turbines, the older versions that flipped around and went with the wind, created some eddies and sound cycles that were problems, and so a lot of that rhetoric has now gotten attached to the data center sites. But again, we're willing to do everything on the right side there for the design features for the neighbors. Dealing with the site layout, the bigger site certainly helps. Want to push things to the middle, help with those sight lines and distances. The equipment, the acoustic barriers, the modeling, all of the verification that will go on, we'll make sure that is not an issue. Fire services. I have bought a lot of fire trucks in my days all over the world. Many of the communities that data centers have gone in have not been equipped, and this is always one that we address. Fully committed to making sure that your fire department has all of the equipment they need, all of the training they need in order to be able to service this facility as well as enhancing the services for the other residents of Piedmont.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Question. Page 157, under fire protection 7.4, it says the end user agrees to support the city's emergency response capabilities, which may include funding. That should say will include funding. Here's why. We're going to build something 75 foot high. We don't have a ladder truck that can reach that, nor do we have a building to keep it in.
Absolutely.
So that needs to be changed to will include.
Happy to wordsmith that. I think if it needs it, is you may have all the funding in the world and just don't need it, but we are absolutely committed to getting you the equipment, training, things you need to be able to do that. Okay. A data center will not lower your home value. There's been a couple of studies come out that are actually proving this. This one, full transparency, and what's in the appendix is data centers actually increase home value. So this is the home values around the Pryor, Oklahoma, the Google data center. You can see before that center opened up, the average home value was $104,000. That was right after the housing crisis, so that was 2011. In the last 4 years, those houses have appreciated 101%. The data there, by the way, there's not only this one, there's another slide that's got additional data that we'll flip through quickly. The research that's out there basically says the reason data centers, that homes appreciate near data centers is because once people live next to data centers, they realize that they're not awful, that they are just like large industrial facilities with very low traffic, but the amount of investment that they bring in the community, you get better schools, you get better fire, you get better water, you get better roads, and all of the businesses in the community that start to thrive from that. And many communities, depending on where you are and how those funds get allocated, start to see property taxes actually going down. And so all of those things are attractive to homeowners, particularly in a case like this, where there's going to be a data center and 7,400 residents benefiting from the revenue of it. It's just data. It's literally just data. This is just a further table sort of showing smaller communities, larger communities. Doesn't matter the company, doesn't matter the year, the before and after, and the appreciation. In Nashville, we're looking at 42% in 3 years. Okay, I'm now going to turn it over to Jonathan Abibi, our Chief Technical Officer, who's going to talk to you about some of the energy solutions.
Good evening, Jonathan Abibi, President. As Aaron mentioned, so I'm going to talk about on the electrical side, really how we're going to ensure that we can provide energy for this data center, as well as ensure that we don't impact rates. So what the slide you're looking at is the overall energy solution, and it's really anchored on 4 different kind of paths forward, but all of them ensuring one thing, that the existing ratepayers within the city of Piedmont are not, they won't see a rate increase, and in addition to that, we'll see liability improve from the addition of the data center to the area.
Louder.
Sure. So let me speak to bottom, the top left. So in terms of rate increase and why this project will run at rates. So as folks may be familiar with, earlier this year, there was a bill introduced and then approved in May, House Bill 2992. For those not familiar, that's the Data Center Ratepayer Protection Act of 2026. And so with that law being in place, requires utilities for new loads above 75 megawatts to ensure that they have their own separate rate and that they pay their own way for any infrastructure that's required to facilitate their interconnection. So our project was already committed to that, and further with our work with Sonoma Electric Co-op, which will be serving this, we're committed to adhering to that law. As part of that, so bottom left, talking with the actual infrastructure, so again, actually physically connect and provide services to the data center. There'll be new infrastructure that'll be required. They get identified through various studies, both with Cimarron Electric and other utilities, and we made a commitment to fully fund the costs associated with interconnecting our facility to the grid. Now, there's been discussion about, well, how long are these commitments for? And so, at a minimum, our contracts are for 15 years. And so, what that does is it ensures that we're making commitments that the utility won't be left stranded with any upgrade costs that we identify. So we'll be paying our way in, like I said, minimum of 15 years. One additional thing that's unique about our approach here is, as you know, when new data centers come, it's a new load to the grid. So what we try to do is also be solution partner with the utilities and introduce new generation to help meet that load. And the generation that we introduce, what's important is not dedicated to the data center. So maybe folks are familiar with the term behind the meter. So this will be behind the meter generation, which will be in front of the meter generation. And what that does is it's ensured it's infrastructure that the whole transmission grid can utilize. And so what I'll do is I'll get into a little more detail in terms of the generation that we're dealing with. But I wanted to point out there's, and as the bottom top right indicates, we have both, wind, thermal, solar, and storage generation facilities that we're bringing to the table to help facilitate this new load. So if there's no question here, I'll move on to the next slide. Yes, sir.
If I read correctly, the lifespan of this whole project, I believe I read was 25 years. Why are we cutting this off, the guarantees off of 15?
So first of all, as the slide also indicated, the 15 years is a minimum, the initial commitment. So the ongoing projects, they renew. So there's nothing that limits.
We can take it to 25 if we want.
That's right. These are minimum. Yeah, these would be negotiation with the utility.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding your terms. When you said terms front of the meter, would mean subject to franchise taxes and all applicable fees, correct?
Correct. And there's a slide on that. Yeah.
And I'm going to say what Mr. Heisey always says here because he says it quite well. You want to put that in your agreement, I presume, right?
Absolutely.
That wasn't walking. It's really a fair line.
I've learned some things from lawyers, right?
That's right.
Okay, so this slide is really focusing on the generation that's going to be located within the area where the data center will be located. So there's additional generation that we're going to be bringing to the table, and then I'm going to get onto that in the future slides. So we mentioned there's natural gas and battery energy storage generation that's being proposed on the site. So both of them have their own benefit. As you know, these natural gas would be peaking units, so basically being able to quickly respond to demand on the grid for electricity. And then we also have battery solutions that basically help smooth out the consumption of the data center. And again, these are front-of-the-meter solutions that can be utilized by the grid to basically ensure reliability moving forward. And having both, we have the option on our interconnection requests with the independent system operator in the area, SPP. It's a hybrid connection for both natural gas and batteries, so we have the ability to, if required, to make it all natural gas or to make it all battery, and so depending on what the best technical solution is for the grid. So if there's no questions, I'll move on to the next slide. So we just wanted to give you an example of what that would look like, right? So what you see here on the left is an existing power plant, which is called the Spring Creek Power Plant, approximately 6 miles east from here. So that's a natural gas facility similar to the one we'd be proposing. So it's a peaking unit, as you can see on the bottom left. The setback associated with that facility is only 250 feet. There's no berms, there's no landscaping. On the right is a rendering of what it would look like for our site, implementing the minimum 350-foot setbacks and the berms and the landscaping requirements. So to give people a visual of what this might look like from the road. So, and the other thing to stress is, so on the right, you see the stack. We're being conservative. That's the worst case, the highest stack that may be required. So there's other solutions looking at, which is going to be lower than that, but here we're showing you the worst possible scenario in terms of the visual impact.
Question?
Yes, sir.
So on that rendering, where's your point of view that you're looking from and to in that example? Because Matheson is off of Waterloo Road.
That's right. This is
The southwest corner off Richmond, looking to the east.
southwest corner of Richmond, looking to the east. The folks can hear that.
And that facility is only showing one stack.
That's
I
right.
believe there was two shown in the site plan example.
No, so this is, this is if we did, so actually what we're showing on the right is we have tried to identify what's the worst case scenario in terms of the highest stack we would need. That's going full natural gas, no battery, and having one facility do that. And so that's what you're seeing the worst case. If we break it down to more units, that'll be lower than the height shown there.
Hey, Jonathan, I have, sorry, right here. You're saying that that's the worst case. When you say units, is there more than one turbine in a unit? What does that mean?
That's right. So it depends on the size. So the overall interconnection would be 300 megawatts of utility. So yeah, depending on the individual size, so you'd want, maybe for redundancy purposes, you may want small units. So this is driven and guided by the air permit requirements.
How many units does the Spring Creek plant have?
As we can see from the diagram, it appears to have four.
And it's 340 megawatts?
Correct.
It says. And you want to build a how many megawatt gas plant?
300 megawatt.
And you'd only need one unit?
So again, this is showing the worst. If we have more units, we won't need to stack that high.
Okay.
Yeah, we were trying to show the worst case that that would be one. Yeah,
So if you had 3 units, how high would the stack be? How much shorter would it be than that?
I don't have the exact one. If we try to identify the worst case, it's going to be lower than this.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. But we don't know how, 5 feet, 20 feet?
Maybe up next.
We still haven't decided on the technology. So that uses a 100-foot stack, but it could be, most of the turbines that we looked at have only 75-foot stacks. So again, we're still evaluating different technologies out there, different number of turbines.
Sure.
Those turbines are 75 or 80 megawatts each. So we end up with 50 megawatt turbines, so we would have 6 units potentially. So again, something that we're still evaluating.
Okay. The geothermal thing, that's just a pie in the sky thing, right? That's not, I don't see how that's feasible in Oklahoma to produce energy, right? I'm not talking about cooling, I'm talking about energy.
There's a lot of advancements, but it's unlikely that geothermal resource.
Right. I have a lot more questions about this power plant. Is this now the appropriate time to ask those, or? Yeah.
Sure.
So who's going to own and operate this plant?
Likely to be transferred to an experienced owner-operator of projects.
Would it be like a, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it could be a utility or someone like OG&E, Invenergy, NextEra.
Okay.
Companies like that.
Would it be like a merchant plant too, possibly, for sell to anybody who needs power?
Well, it'll want to be contracted to sell the power to the data center when needed. And then additional power would be sold to the grid, as Jonathan was saying.
But if it's owned by OG&E, I don't know if I really consider it. I'm not an expert in this thing, but it seems like merchant doesn't apply if it's OG&E.
Well, yeah, if it was OG&E, it'd be utility-based, rate-based, so it's likely it's independent.
that would be selling to the data center plus whoever else needs the power.
So it's not connected directly to the data center, is it?
No, it's connected to the grid.
So it's connected to the grid. So then it doesn't, it's not, you're not doing behind the meter and all this kind of stuff?
No.
Okay. So, and you say that it's going to meet the noise requirements of the IT district? Okay.
Yes.
So it's going to operate independently from the data center. It's really not, you're building this, but it's not really part of the data center. It's a separate thing.
Correct. Yeah, typically on the hottest days of the year, coldest days of the year, when power is needed, it will operate.
Okay. So you don't consider the plant to be auxiliary to the data center? It's its own separate thing?
I believe that's right.
Okay. So when I want to ask about specific language in the PUD about the uses and things, should I ask you guys, or is there someone else I should talk to about the language in the PUD concerning yeah. Okay, Aaron's saying yes. Fine. Okay. I'm just looking at my questions here, making sure I've got all the sort of quasi-technical things. Okay, that's all I have about for you guys.
And again, to summarize, sorry, go ahead.
The purpose of this is to not have backup generators sitting around the location, correct? Like this is going instead of backup generation.
No, that's not the case. So again, as I mentioned earlier, so we're trying to be solution partners to the utility instead of, so typically customer will go to the utility and say, I want X megawatts, and the utility will be responsible for going out and procuring that generation to serve that load. So we're trying to bring solutions to utilities to help serve that load. Now, each data center, if there's an outage, for example, from the grid, they want to have their own ability to keep going. So there will be backup generation for the data center, but that's not an asset resource. That's not a transmission asset resource, if that makes sense.
It's for emergency.
Yeah. Only whenever the grid is not available, right? If there's an outage where there's a blackout, the data center will have their own generation within their facility that meet the noise requirements, and so just to serve that. But again, that's only for because they have very high reliability standards. You can imagine some of the use of the data center that we saw earlier. So they're critical infrastructure, so they need to be up and running.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next slide. If no further questions. Okay, so here, what we want to point out is, so there's the megawatts that will be required for the data center. Not all of it is going to be at the site. So again, there's really two buckets to think of the generation that we're proposing bringing to the grid. So bucket one is existing generation that either operational or expected to be operational within the timeline of when the data center will be operating. So these are assets which are developed by independent power producers, right? Not us. And so we go out to market, see what's available. We put ourselves in a position to procure that and offer that as part of meeting the capacity requirements to interconnect this load. So that's what you see in the bucket on the left. That's approximately 594 megawatts. And just please remember that number, and we'll go to the next slide, because some of the estimates that we make in terms of the economic benefits to the community are based off that number, because we're trying to be conservative and not add the additional megawatts that we're bringing. And so now moving on to the second bucket. So the Matheson that I mentioned, under 300 megawatts, that's within that 900. We have two other sites that we're developing that are nearby, connecting to the grid to be able to deliver to this site. Right? Again, those will be transmission assets to help support and basically ensure reliability to the grid. So they'll provide services directly to the grid, not to the data center. So that sums up to 900 megawatts, which comes up with the total that you see on the right, just approximately just under 1,500 megawatts.
Jonathan, I'm sorry. So maybe just so everybody make sure I understand correctly. The 594 megawatts is basically power that's available to you guys right now that you could get access. Is that
Yeah, the right now being, some of them are already in development and they're going to be in service in the next year or two.
Okay.
Right, but we're not developing those, those are
Right,
being developed
right.
in different part of the state.
Oh, different part of the state. So
Yes,
they're not local
No, sir.
generation. Okay. So the 900 megawatts, you would be helping to develop those. I mean, what kind of generation facilities would those be?
They would be identical to what I just showed you for the Matthews Center. They'd just be in different locations.
And you said it'd be nearby. That's what that says?
That's right, yeah, so, that's right, they're within kind of what, again, nearby, electrically speaking, within two substations or
Okay.
buses, yes, sir.
So you wouldn't be planning on building like a giant solar field, like just to the north of your data center?
No, and it's public information, like our other
So
traditions.
these are other people, or these are sites you've kind of seen and working on developing right now. So are they like solar, wind,
No, they're
gas?
similar gas and battery, just like what I mentioned earlier, they're exactly identical. And again, the purpose of that is, again, we're trying to help facilitate the interconnection of the data center. That's why we're developing this with the generation. So again, instead of just leaving it all in the utility to try to solve this problem.
This may be a stupid question, but that's a lot of power.
Yes, sir.
How do you ensure you're not going to crash the grid?
That's a great question, and and here I'll talk about, and it's mentioned here on the top of the slide, there's already organizations and institutions that are responsible for the very thing you mentioned, right? So we sit within the transmission system that's operated, independent system operator, what's called the Southwest Power Pool, made up of multiple states. I believe it's about 13 across in the middle part of the U.S. And all the requests go through them. They do the assessment and they ensure that there isn't any adverse reliability impact from these interconnections. So what they'll do is there's a multi-step study process. They'll review your request along with other requests being submitted in their study queue, and they'll identify what are the required upgrades to allow you to interconnect, and then you need to agree to those and fund those to interconnect. So there's going to be facilities identified that we'll need to fund in order to ensure that we can connect this generation safely and reliably.
But there are studies out there that will ensure that this is not going to crash the grid. Have those been conducted for this substation and like this?
Yeah, so we're in the study process, and these are public information through the SPP website. We're going through. We got phase 1 study results. Phase 2 study results are expected end of November, early December timeframe. Okay. So yeah, so then after that, you do a facility, what's called a facility study, where they basically they provide more details on the upgrades identified, basically how long it will take them to complete those upgrades, their estimate, and how the specific costs. So they basically narrow down on the cost and schedule. And then you need to get into what's called an LGI, a water generating interconnection agreement, where you make the commitment to fund those upgrades and interconnect with the grid.
And those studies are on the 600, 594, or the 1.49?
Great question. So those studies, right, SPP studies everything. So we initiate what you see under the project 2 bucket. Those 900, we submit those requests to the SPP and we initiate the study processes. So in essence, we're in control of those requests. And what you see under bucket 1 are other independent developers of what's called IPPs, independent power producers. And they've gone, so that's why those are more advanced. So that's why we're confident in pointing to those first. And for some of the economic analysis you see on the subsequent slides, we point to those because those are, like I said, either they've already been completed, they're either operational, or they're about to be operational because they're further advanced in the study process.
Gotcha, thank you.
One more question about the 900 megawatts. Is that going to require any new transmission construction to get that power there, or is that going to be using existing transmission?
Great question. So when we submit this request, the first thing we do ourselves, we try to identify where, not just us, any developer of generation, try to find points on the grid that won't trigger significant upgrades, that won't require new transmission lines. So you try to see where the existing grid is already strong enough that you can easily interconnect, because not only the cost component of paying for the additional upgrades, but there's also time, because it might take 3, 4, 5 years for this. So we try to be very strategic and find locations just like the Matheson substation being adjacent to it, because we think it's a strong point in the grid, other points strong in the grid. So we don't anticipate significant upgrades, but again, the SPP process will let us know what's specifically required.
Well, wasn't there a proposed transmission line that's OG&E is proposing to connect to the Matheson substation right now?
Yeah, so those projects, so those are from previous projects. Like, they're not triggered by us, because we're still in the study process.
Yes.
So they're going to let us know, hopefully by the end of this year or early part of next year, if there's no delays, we'll get clear visibility on what specific upgrades are request triggered.
But that could assist you guys in being able to transmit more electricity to the Matheson substation from these new generation facilities.
That's right, yeah. Generally speaking, exactly. Any new transmission infrastructure put on the grid, it helps with, reduce the overall impedance of it. No further questions, I'll move on to one more thought. I appreciate your patience. So again, just anchoring off that 594 megawatt number. Okay, so there was I think a question earlier, I think from the city attorney about franchise fees. So our understanding and in discussion with Cimarron Electric, so in lieu of a franchise fee, what there is in Oklahoma is for projects served by Cimarron Electric is we pay a 2% city gross receipt tax. And in addition to that, we pay 2% state gross receipt tax. So I'll just focus on the city one first, because that city tax goes directly to the city of Piedmont. And again, going back to that 594 megawatt project number that I mentioned, because using existing projects that we know we can get that generation. 2% of that based on electricity anchored off that 594 megawatts is estimated to be about $9 million per year. And so again, this is the floor. As we add more of the generation that you saw, if we add some of that 900 megawatts, the electricity consumed by the data center goes up, which means the city gross receipt tax goes up as well.
Is that a linear thing? So like, since you're talking about roughly 3 times, that 9 million becomes 27?
Correct, sir.
Roughly.
That's right. That's right.
Making sure.
It's a percentage of the total electricity consumption.
Okay.
That's right.
So I'm sorry.
No, please go ahead.
So can you confirm that 2% gross receipts tax applies to this project?
As far as, and this is probably better, we've had discussions with Cimarron Electric, and that's our understanding. In lieu of a franchise fee, this will apply to us,
But we don't know for sure. We don't have anything from Cimarron that says, yes, this will apply.
So I reviewed the legislation, because that was the question, that's what I was getting at, was the legislature has been known to try to circumvent the process previously, in case of the Supreme Court about that. So I checked it. It looked like it was all still applicable to you, but if the council decides to move forward with that, I would just recommend to you all to put something in our agreement that says, if the legislature changes anything, you guys still have costs that you need to maintain, so we make sure we have another funding mechanism.
Okay. So the revenue estimate that you're giving there is based off of the electricity usage, and it's based off of a rate that you'll be paying, assuming, can you even confirm that Cimarron Electric's going to be supplying electricity? Can you even say that publicly?
we have a request for them, we're working with them. Yeah, and so, and then going back to, again, the recent law that I mentioned, 292,
right.
They're required to have a separate rate for new, for loads above 75 megawatts. So not just for, they're developing it as part of their adherence.
But you don't have like an actual finalized agreement yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
So what rate did you use to calculate that revenue number?
I can follow up after that. I don't have that off the top of my head, but we can follow up with that number. So
Well, it looks to me like it works out to about 9.6 cents a kilowatt hour.
that sounds approximately correct.
Which is, I mean, considerably higher than normal industrial rates would be.
Our anticipation, maybe, for larger loads, and so the new tariff being developed for new loads above 75 megawatts. So
But we don't know what that rate is going to be actually yet.
not at this time. No.
When will we know what that rate is so we can actually confirm the numbers that you're showing on the slide?
This is it's part of the tariff that Cimarron Electric is developing, so it's within their process. So we're going to inevitably be a customer there. They'll let us know what that rate is.
We understand that. I mean, right now that's just an estimate, and,
Right.
and you're telling us we're going to get 9 million, but we don't really know if that's correct, because depending on what that rate for some reason goes down below 9.6, it's going to be less than that. So we can't independently verify that number at this time.
Yes, you're correct, sir. But the one thing I will say is, like I mentioned earlier, we're anchoring off a low number, I said the 594. We're not anchoring off the 1.5 gig or the 1.494. So
Right.
that's why, because we're using a low number, so even if, we're going to have more megawatts than that, so even if the rates happen to be lower, again, this is just an approximation to give folks an indication. Are we talking about 5% of your previous budget? Are we talking about 10%? And as you can see on the slide, it's approximately 60% or 58% of what the previous 24-25 budget.
Yeah, but the end user is going to make billions of dollars off this thing, and you guys are telling us $9 million. I mean, that's peanuts. That's nuts. I mean, first off, if we're going to agree to this, there's going to have to be a floor that you say, we're going to give you this much every year no matter what. All right? And then that may increase 2 or 3% every year. And if you're signing a 15-year deal, we're going to want a 15-year deal, guaranteed 15 years of a minimum amount of revenue too. You understand that, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so my understanding, again, as Aaron described the process, that's part of the development agreement. So there'll be plenty of time to discuss that. It's just, again, like you said, we don't have the rate and so on like this. Once we do, it's you have full numbers exactly how much would you get.
But you want us to give all of. You want us to agree to all the end user terms now, and then you want us to negotiate our terms with the end user later. Because you want the development agreement to come after this. Right? These aren't parallel tracks. This is
My understanding is.
So, as you saw in the sort of 6-box slide, this is definitely a step in the process, and not everything is finalized, because as we work on these projects, there's a lot of complexity, right? We've got Southwest Power Pool and SPP and all kinds of people doing things. We've got the utility doing things. We've got you doing things. We've got engineers. So we have to continue to advance the project. And unless it all comes together, the project never happens. And so some of the things that you have concerns about floors on payments and things, we can absolutely do that. I confirmed with our economic development consultant, Brent, who will be up here in a minute, that you are able to negotiate with us what's called a pilot, which is a payment in lieu of taxes.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Takes out all the variability
I'm not talking about
and
that.
sets a floor for your revenue to guarantee what your revenue is.
I'm not talking about pilot.
Okay.
I'm talking about you're going to pay us a certain amount of money every year, no matter how much electricity you use. That's a minimum. That's a floor. And then you use more than that, you pay up to that. And also, why 2%? Why not 3%? Why not 4%? Why do we have to go to 2%?
I believe that 2% is a statute, Brent. So that's what the deal that you've already negotiated already says.
No, I think that's a state law.
Then it's a state law.
But hey,
that's the answer.
We're making a deal here, so no, we're not. We're not talking zoning. All this stuff is about revenue and everything else. They brought it. They opened the door, so we're talking about it.
And while I'm okay with discussing this with them at this point, we need to focus on zoning and not try to get into the technical details that are negotiated in the development agreement.
We need all day.
I'm not giving up any leverage.
City Attorney, would you clear this up?
Yeah, I'll answer that question first. There's been questions as we go through this process, making sure we get the minutes right. I keep saying this, everyone understands about passion and emotions. When you scream out and yell, we can't have the recording, we can't hear to make sure we get the minutes just right. So I just encourage you to please respect the process and try to get those minutes right the first time. Question was, the gross production tax, I believe, in regards to gas, the statutory process, that's what the agreement is at present. I am not aware of any statutory provisions that prevent you from, through your development agreement, pulling a lot of this out. I think, Councilman, you've indicated, there's a lot of costs that you guys will be having in roads and maintenance and fire, and I think that's a fair conversation we had. Councilman Myers, I think trying to figure out when we're going to have that conversation. And so I think it's just good to get it on the table right now, and we can figure out how we move forward as we go through the process tonight. It's good to get the ideas on the table for sure.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean, the 2% probably really is something that we got to talk to someone about, isn't it?
You're not going to change the 2%. The 2% is the agreement until the time is up on the agreement. I think the nuance of it is, through the development agreement, you would build in some costs to the developer because you're then taking on additional costs, which I'm quite confident from knowing all of you very well, you don't want to put up on them. And so we would have to have that conversation. And when I say them, I mean the public.
And just to clarify that agreement that you're talking about that's already in place is with the electric company.
Gross production tax is with the electric company. Yes. Our development agreement would be through our process that we're putting together.
Well, if you're not negotiating it right now, you're going to get screwed, okay? Me too.
All right. Okay, so this is just some of the economic impact from, earlier we talked about a minimum of a $1 billion investment. In addition to the $9 million, that is a $1 billion capital investment would yield $13 million in tax revenue per year, which is more than $400 million over 30 years without any increases. That property currently generates around $5,700 a year in property taxes. The ancillary benefits, we're looking at economic growth, workforce development, because the data center developer will come in and train your people to work in the data center, infrastructure enhancements that will come along with that, and then really increased revenue without a whole lot of demand on a lot of your infrastructure. So things like schools don't need to be increased like a lot. Many economic development initiatives, when you start bringing in too many jobs, starts to create other problems that the data center doesn't really bring. And then on the right side, I won't drain this, but again, this is just showing just a breakdown of the overall property tax revenue. Again, short-term construction jobs, 1,000 or more, and then the long-term jobs for a facility like this, we're projecting 300 plus.
I have a question about the property tax part. Now, you're saying this is predicated on $1 billion. Yes. But you said earlier that another project similar in size to this was worth like $13 billion?
A $13 billion total investment there.
So prior, theirs is on the books for $1 billion, and they're nowhere near this size, are they?
They don't actually, so we typically talk about data centers. You've not heard me talk about square footage. You only hear me talk about megawatts. That's just the way that the industry talks. That facility over there, they actually won't disclose how many megawatts that it's serving, but it is significantly smaller than this.
Because my, back in the envelope calculations were that on a $10 billion investment, schools would get like $400 million a year. Their current spend is $65 million.
Yeah, so one thing I would caution you about with numbers, if you hear a number, ask what it means, just like the megawatts of IT versus utility megawatts.
Sure.
So a $13 billion investment from Meta, that includes a lot of personal property.
Okay.
So the specialized equipment on the inside, things like PDUs, mechanical equipment, things like that, typically don't hit the tax rolls as real property. Just like the fixtures in the store, right, don't hit the tax bill, it's just the real estate, right?
Okay.
So somewhere between 1 billion and 13 billion is probably more realistic.
Yeah, that's a big range.
Well, that's why those numbers typically get put into pilots during the development agreement. That's not a jab, that's just the truth of how it works. You'll look at that facility, figure out what the cost is going to be, and then rather than arguing over taxes, come to an agreement that gets put into the development agreement and into a pilot so that you have long-term predictable revenue. You never have to worry about it. You never have to argue about it.
Well, you realize that the city has no control over property taxes. We don't receive any property taxes. We don't set property taxes. Those entities you have listed up there, the schools, the VOTEC, the county, those are the people you'd have to negotiate that with. We can't negotiate on their behalf, I don't think.
Correct. That's all part, there's a lot of moving details.
That's the part though that, there's this tax increment finance district thing, and as far as negotiating a pilot with some revenue sharing with us and all that kind of stuff, I don't know if that's more complex or less complex, and that's just implementing a tax increment finance district and siphoning off a little bit of the profit. But we're dealing with all the pain to potentially bring about in the school district, isn't it?
Well, that, Brian, you made a good point. You talked a lot about infrastructure enhancements, but you've never explained how those are going to be paid for. How are those going to be paid for?
The data center would pay for them directly.
Nobody's going to get proposed a TIF.
We would not propose a TIF. The industry has moved away from that. One of the speakers earlier talked about in Port Washington.
Yeah, you ran into some serious problems there, didn't you? After the fact.
I wouldn't say there was significant problems with the public, but the project is advancing. The mayor and council are very happy with the project. But I think the direct reference to this conversation was there was a $185 million, they call them TID in Wisconsin, tax increment district, that got put in place. The subsequent projects that are going in do not utilize TIDs anymore. The data center industry has evolved to just paying their own way. So that $185 million that was required in Port Washington, and that project we're starting today, that would just be paid directly by the developer.
Okay. You also on this side, you show short-term construction jobs over 1,000, and you mentioned there wouldn't be any impacts to schools and things. All these people that are working, there's 1,000 people on site. You're not going to be able to pull 1,000 people out of Oklahoma City. There's going to be people coming in from all over. Those people are going to have kids. They're going to be living in trailers. They're going to be living long-term hotels, things like that. That will have a direct impact on this community because we don't have a lot of rental property here. We don't have any hotels. We don't have any trailer parks. We have some, but we don't have a lot. Where are all these people gonna reside?
So that's one of the first things that the company will do is come in and make sure that the market can handle that. Oklahoma City is a similar sized city to Milwaukee, where Port Washington is, similar distance outside of town. They are seeing increases in property values. They are seeing rents go up. They're needing more people to work in the restaurants, work in the bars, work in the cafes. So they are seeing that economic boom, but housing has not been a significant concern there. I'm happy to connect you with some people in Port Washington and understand their real and lived experience, if that would be helpful.
Well, I mean, I don't know anything about, they're a suburb of Milwaukee, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
geographically, in terms of number of people,
I understand what you're saying.
I feel like
understand
it's
the urban area and all that kind of, I understand what you're saying. 300 long-term jobs, your PUD language says 50 to 100. Your slide from last month said 50 plus. Why the sudden jump?
Historically, the data center industry has wanted to under-promise and over-deliver. For instance, Meta said forever. So when I was at Meta, every data center project that we announced said they were making an $800 million investment. It was significantly more. They then upped that to $1 billion of investment, and it was still significantly more. And now they're talking about a $13 billion investment. So as we are seeing more concerns from citizens and jobs and costs and things, the overall industry is just being more transparent about the economic benefits, particularly the construction dollars and the jobs and things. So we just up that because we feel it's more in line at full build out with the reality of the world. So the 300 Meta announced, again, long term, the 1.5 gigawatt that Jonathan showed, that's similar. So we picked it to align with that. Also, there's a study that's come out recently from the University of Southern California. Their graduate school did a study on jobs in data centers, and their numbers say that there's roughly 1 job for every 3 megawatts. So if we get to a gigawatt, that's around 300. So that's how we got to that number and ultimately elected to bump that number up, because we feel it's more honest and more reflective of what the employment will be there.
Yeah, I guess going back to the increased revenue without demand, I mean, I do see a strain on city services when you have 1,000 people converging on the site, traffic, crime, housing.
Traffic, yes.
If somebody builds a bunch of shantytown mobile home parks or trailer parks, you will see crime. And I don't know how much you've ever worked in the construction industry, but not everybody that works construction is a upstanding citizen, okay?
Understood.
There's a reason why they drive crew cab pickups, because only one guy has a driver's license and the other guys have got DUIs.
So to a certain extent, you have some control over that, right? This body's not going to allow a bunch of shanty towns to pop up all over the place.
Well, but unless they only have control inside our limits, right?
Exactly, that's fair. And then other things, again, I was just up in Fort Washington last Tuesday and drove the job site, and there was traffic, but they had state troopers that are being paid for by the data center site. It's right at an interstate exit, and they just had a line of cars, and they were directing it like you do a football game that's letting out, and letting 20, 30, 40 cars go to keep the traffic flowing and keep that from going into town. We'll also work with the construction company to make sure that the haul routes are right and that we're not hauling things past the school at 7 o'clock on the first day of school and things like that. All of that gets done in these large projects.
Where is that written down in an agreement with the city?
Development agreement.
Why not a special use permit?
If you wanted a special use permit, that could probably be negotiated as part of the development agreement. I mean, you have to submit a monthly traffic plan and all those things.
I mean, that's what the ordinance says. I mean, you understand the special use permit stays under the control of the council, right?
Yes.
And you're proposing a development agreement that's not going to be under the direct control of the council.
But as part of the development agreement, you could have special use permits for various aspects.
Or we can just do a special use permit like the ordinance says.
If that's the way you would want to do it, we're talking about specific things like traffic control and whatnot.
I'm talking about all kinds of stuff dealing with construction, all kinds of stuff dealing with noise studies and monitoring and all types of things. Those are things that are appropriate for a special use permit.
Okay.
Councilman, I have it in my notes just for your, I was going to suggest that to you all for that very reason where you have ongoing supervision.
Yes.
But I would build it as a specific use permit instead of a special use permit. We can talk about the new one at some point. That'd be better protection for the city.
Again, the project is here to work with you to make sure that all of those things are being done appropriately.
Well, I'll do it.
I'll say this too. I don't think legally you can eliminate the special use permit out of the PUD, out of the zoning ordinance language. There's nothing in the PUD language that says you can eliminate things like that. And if there is, I'd like someone to show me where it says that you can eliminate a special use requirement.
We certainly don't want to do anything that's illegal.
Of course.
Obviously.
But I'm saying, you understand what I'm saying, right? I want someone to show me where it says in our zoning ordinance that a PUD can eliminate a special use permit requirement for a specific district. Because the way that I read the ordinance, it just says a PUD is a combination of uses found in the zoning ordinance. It doesn't say anything about eliminating things in the zoning districts.
Okay, Corinne?
I guess the real question is, from a legal standpoint, from the city side, if this is a concern, we can address it, but you're technically in a PUD, you're setting the regulations, you're asking for the deviations, which is the whole reason of a planned unit development.
Well, again, but show me in the Piedmont City zoning code where it says a PUD can do that. That's all I'm asking.
And I think we're open to the discussion of showing you, figuring it out internally, externally, seeing where the right message.
Aside from a legal debate on it, I just suggest you not have to worry about it, just put a specific use permit in there, because you do get the ongoing side.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're gonna argue from hearing you on that. I just think you need to put in there.
There's other things too, like you created uses in the IT zoning district that don't exist, and where does a PUD say, I can create a new use inside of a zoning district?
I think that goes under the plan unit development. That's the whole point of the plan unit.
Yeah, so show me in the, where it says in the language of the zoning ordinance, where it says you can do that.
And I think we can go probably to the, I think we can just have it to list it as a special use. I think that's where we'll lean towards.
But again, that use isn't in the IT zoning district.
What use are you referencing, Council?
The power plant. See, there's like folklore surrounding PUD. It's like, we can do whatever we want to. But when you actually dig into the ordinance that authorizes PUDs, I can't find that language in there that says we can do whatever we want to. And I want somebody to show me where it says that. Because I think we've just contributed long-term to this idea, and we just keep repeating it. Where does it say that? And that's what I want to see. I want someone to show me where it says that.
So would you like to just pause this meeting right now so we can go find the codes, or can we kind of move on with this and we can come back?
We can move on, but I'm just making a statement. Yeah, I didn't mean for us to stop.
Okay. Community benefits, just beyond the tax revenue and the jobs. Danielle Decatur, who was here last month, I believe. She's our VP of Communications and Community Outreach. She will be spending time in the community, understanding what those community needs are. We don't like to just start putting benefits in place without understanding what that is. We will work with the Piedmont Community Fund and Grant Committee via the Communities Foundation of Oklahoma. And we will be delivering community-determined net benefits that enhance well-being and support essential services. All that to say, we up front will be making a, once the project moves forward and receives approval, we will be making a $1 million upfront investment into the community. And then we will be making an additional $9 million, so a total of $10 million across various project milestones, development agreement, building permits, construction start, things of that nature. Again, it really will be up to y'all and up to the community. We just issued our first grants in Alabama last week. That went to first responders. They had some really urgent needs at a volunteer fire department. And then to a weatherization and utility assistance program. A lot of homes there have damaged roofs and things, so giving them money to pay electric bills doesn't really help when it's just going right out the roof. So we made our first donations there. Again, would be looking to do something similar here based on what the needs of this specific community are. So with that,
Aaron, sorry, I have one
yes,
question. I'm not familiar with any of the two organizations listed under your bullet point 2. Could you kind of explain who those are?
Not the specifics, because Danielle was supposed to be here. I was not prepared for that. But you have me on camera, and I will write down that we will donate the first $1 million.
Well,
and it will be, again, if we're working with you, it will be in the city of Piedmont with a good community partner to distribute those funds.
I've never heard of the Piedmont Community Fund and Grant Committee, so I'm just...
You got me on that one.
Okay.
I got caught there. I will 100% take that one. I'm going to turn it over to Brent Kiss. I think that.
Right. I can speak to the Piedmont Community Foundation. Which I think it has been around for a very long time, like for decades, but has not been active for at least 10 or 15 years. And so part of the discussion was to reactivate that, I believe. I've talked to some of the folks. Mayor Mayab, council members, city staff, the fact that you're seeing me means that we're nearing the end of our presentation, and we can move on to other things. I respect you for your service and your patience and your transparency through this whole process. A little bit of background on me, since I've not had the opportunity to meet all of you.
Mike's out.
All right. Can you hear me now? All right, a little background about myself. I grew up in Burlington, Oklahoma. Farm kid from up there. We raised wheat and cattle. Drove a tractor every day. Had the opportunity to lead an agency in Oklahoma called USDA Rural Development back in the early 2000s. Did local economic development in Enid for about 10 years. And then from 2019 to 2023 served as the director of the Department of Commerce here in Oklahoma. Since then, I've had the opportunity to work on projects all across the state, things that I'm passionate about. And technology jobs is something that I've been passionate about for a long time. And it was something that was a high priority for us whenever I was at the Department of Commerce. My role in this presentation today is to show you, step back just a little bit and show you that you're part of a larger process that's been going on in our state for some time. And I will tell you, I've had the opportunity to attend a lot of city council meetings, and dying communities have very boring city council meetings, so you guys are definitely not a dying community. I will be talking about why we pursued them in Oklahoma. Why have we even looked at technology jobs here within the state? The first reason was keeping our data here in America. We are in an arms race right now with China as it comes to the development of the data center industry, with AI growing as well. The fact that they're going to be built somewhere is a big deal for the United States of America and has become a big deal for Oklahoma. So keeping our data in America was one of the reasons why we had a whole team of folks at the Department of Commerce that were attending every conference, meeting the CEOs and trying to encourage more of this industry to move to our state. Second one is data centers have made a positive impact in Oklahoma for a long time. I had the opportunity to actually serve on the Mid-America Industrial Park for 5 years. I got to tour the Google data center over there, as well as the Global X digital facility, which is the second largest data center in Oklahoma, right behind the outlet malls there on I-40. I've seen the STEM labs that they've installed in the schools there around Pryor. Every school district in the county has those STEM labs. And I've gotten to see the way the schools have grown. I've gotten to see the way that the communities are growing. And I'm a rural guy. I mean, my hometown was 120 people. I live in Enid today. And I've always been passionate about rural economic development. And I can see that data centers were going to have a positive impact. Another reason why we were looking at it is we have excess electric generation in our state. We produce 68% more electricity than we use here. We don't have the congestion in the grid that some of the other states have. And so that was another reason why we were looking at it and why the industry was looking at us. And then I got to see the significant financial resources for rural schools and communities. I believe that we had some questions earlier about ad valorem taxes and the fact that those go to schools. You save a community by saving the school. And I believe we need to save more of our schools in Oklahoma by adding more ad valorem taxes to those schools. You're the fourth fastest growing population city in Oklahoma right now. You are 40, I pulled the numbers just yesterday. You're 48th in population at 9,800 people. You're 86th in taxable sales. We're trying to fund the schools and trying to fund the community on the backs of homes and residences, and that gets very expensive for those residences. The thing I love about these technology jobs is that they do provide financial resources for communities, and the fact that you were asking some of the questions that you were just a minute ago warms my heart to hear you thinking that direction. It's very important as leaders of the community for long-term sustainability. In closing, I'll say this. It's easy in government. I've worked in government, where it's easy to say no because then things tend to go away. But it's hard to say yes and maintain ownership of the definition of yes. That's our goal. Is okay. Yeah, I used to say whenever I did economic development, people come to me and say, "Oh, I need $1 million in incentives." Great, I would love to give you yes, I'll give you $1 million. You gotta hire 2,000 people, and you gotta invest $1 billion. But yeah, I'll give you $1 million. We have to define what yes is. And I've been through the videos, I've been watching, I've been sitting here listening to all of the comments, and these are great comments, exactly the questions that we need to be asking. Questions about water. If we don't want them to use too much water, put it in the contract that they can't use too much water. If we have concerns about sound, let's put it in the contract that there be limits on sound. If there's concern about electric rates, make sure that our state legislation that is passed is going to protect our ratepayers. I believe it does. A lot of times we have to ask about incentives. We don't have to ask that in this situation. They're not asking for any incentives. In fact, they're trying to find ways to invest in community benefits. But the big question is on the upside, and we've had some debate here about the $9 million in sales tax on the sale of electricity. That is a number that came from Cimarron Electric Co-op, not from us, and so it would be based on any estimates that they have made. I believe that is a baseline of what you could expect coming out of a project like this. The $13 million in property taxes, I believe that is a baseline as well. We have met with the schools and talked through this process. If there is going to be a bond issue in the future, wouldn't it be nice if you had a huge project in town that was going to pay a large portion of that up front? But in closing, I would say that most of the upside is a lot more personal than it is the financial side of it. The reason I got involved in economic development is because I have 2 kids. And I now have a 4-month-old grandchild that lives about 20 miles from where we're standing right now. And the fact that our state has provided opportunities for them to stay close to home, so I don't have to go to Chicago or Atlanta to spoil grandkids, is awesome. And so I commend you for your work. If you've got any questions for me, mine more not a hard-hitting presentation here, but any questions for me before I go sit down? All right. Thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to Aaron.
All right, last slide. Just a couple of points I think that Brent made. We're seeing this across the country. Data centers actually help rural communities stay rural. Huge percentage of your tax revenue coming from a very small portion of your land bank. Provides stable, multi-decade economic anchor that supports thoughtful planning and working with you on the various needs of the community. Allows communities to be very selective about your future development and other projects that may come in and whether or not you want to allow those in. And again, other than a highly landscaped area, it preserves the rural character. Reduces pressure for piecemeal development by strengthening your local tax base, and again, maintains very low visual impact through the large setbacks, landscaping, and the campus-style layout that we have proposed. So, with that, I'm happy to take any additional questions you may have.
I have quite a few. It says we do a sound study every 2 years. I know that's in our IT district. But would it be possible to have some continuous monitoring, at least maybe during construction?
Yes, that can all be worked out.
Okay. And during construction, are we talking about keeping the noise level down to 60 decibels?
60 decibels during construction would be unachievable. There will be noise during construction, but in conjunction with working with that longer-term monitoring, something could be worked out.
Yeah, maybe some limits.
Certainly.
Higher limits maybe, but as far as continuous noise.
Yes, and then also during, we would set limitations on work hours as well.
Yeah, okay. One thing, with our rough roads, there are times when I thought we were having a little earthquake, but it didn't turn out to be that. It was a truck hit the potholes.
Yes.
So as far as vibration goes, any significant vibration from operating data centers?
None. And back to your, the previous part, we will also improve the roads before construction starts, because the construction team doesn't want to drive on the roads and hit potholes and make it sound like there's an earthquake. So there would be work before construction starts to improve the roads as, I hate to use the word temporary, but construction roads suitable for construction, and then at the end of construction, rebuilt in a manner suitable for long-term use.
Okay, so when you say construction roads, though, I'm talking about the sort of dusty gravel that we have right now?
It would likely be an upgrade to that, likely to an asphalt road that could potentially go to a concrete road long-term. Again, we would do the traffic study, work with the construction company, figure out where the routes are, the quality of the roads, make the improvements, and when they're done, then improve the roads for long-term passenger vehicles once there's no longer construction.
You listed Cimarron, Frisco, and Richland. Are you talking about all the way to Waterloo?
We would have to figure out where the construction entrance is. We wouldn't want to put in, nice new roads and then say, well, we're going to run route construction somewhere else.
Yeah.
So we would have to work out the details of that. And we would work with your city staff, your public works director and whatnot on that.
Okay. All right, light. You talked about using cutoff fixtures. We're talking about dark sky type lighting.
Yes, there's actually a set of regulations that I believe is in the zoning.
Dark sky regulation.
Yep. So there's a set of regulations out there that's the most strict lighting regulations. It's a group called darksky.org that regulates exactly that. How many foot candles can come off the property, the type of fixtures you have to use, fully enclosed, no up, no down, no sideways or up lighting. It even goes so far as to regulate the temperature of the bulbs that need to be used to reduce the light sky and the impact of migratory birds and things. We are 100% on board with signing up for the darksky.org. Again, it's standards that are already in your ordinance.
And what about though during construction?
During construction, there would be more lights, but again, construction sites are getting much better about the amount of light coming off them, not putting just single bulbs, shooting things everywhere. So a admittedly lower standard during construction, but still could put standards in place to regulate that.
And what kind of precautionary measures are taken should there be a leak of glycol solution in your facility?
That would be addressed immediately. The people who run data centers, a lot of them are ex-military, particularly people from submarines. True story, I asked the gentleman that ran operations at Meta why there's so many ex-submarine people running data centers. He said because in data centers, we want people to follow the protocols. If something goes wrong, we know about it immediately, and we just go down the checklist until the problem is 100% solved. He said if you don't do that on a submarine, people die. So that building, all of the data centers have thousands of monitors and sensors. Anything goes wrong, it's addressed absolutely immediately.
Well, one thing that occurs to me, I've asked some about this from city staff. Now, we have tornadoes here, and all through the frequency. I live in a house that's rebuilt after it. How well do your structures stand up to it?
Well, they're built
the physical structure is much like a logistics warehouse, right, in terms of sort of post and beam, typically concrete panel on the outside. But they are more reinforced due to the value of the servers that are inside.
And, okay, but should one of these get hit by a powerful tornado, there's likely to be some environmental issues, right? Y'all got insurance
Yes.
powerful enough to fix all that?
Yes, and again, most of these companies are self-insured, the big ones, the Microsofts and the Metas. They absolutely will deal with that. And again, there's no dangerous chemicals. The worst there is some propylene glycol.
Okay, and with when it comes to potential fire and all, and I'm sure you have fire suppression systems and all, but you're also talking about batteries, and they're, you know, what I know is these lithium batteries have a tendency to catch fire, and they're really hard to put out. I don't know what kind of measures you have to take to guard against something like that.
Do you want to know?
Well, maybe just give me the high point.
Okay, the high point is throughout the data center, there's a thing installed called a VESDA, a very early smoke detection alarm that detects and alerts within the facility to the people in the FOC, Facility Operations Center, watching the thousands of sensors. And they have a procedure for starting to deal with anything. The joke in the industry is if you sneeze too close to a VESDA, it'll go off. So extremely, extremely sensitive. The data centers over the servers, there is a 2-level pre-action dry pipe sprinkler system. First, when you get the first alarm, the air discharges from the pipe. Second alarm goes and water actually fills in the pipe. And then third, if you actually get a fused link, which is the little red things you see. So sprinklers don't work like you see in the movies. One goes off and they all go off. It doesn't work like that. The fusible link has to get to 165 degrees and the mercury inside melts, then the water comes out. So you've actually got 3 levels of protection before you actually get water to a sprinkler. And I believe the fire department is typically notified and alerted after the VESDA and the pre-action goes. So you don't get false alarms and people coming out just because the VESDA went off.
Okay. Coming back to the environment for a second, just quickly. Emissions are just mainly from the diesel generators that are run occasionally to test, right?
Yep, and to be clear, the diesel generators only back up about 10% of the facility. Historically, data centers have done what we call 100% backup, so that the grid goes down and everything keeps running. These facilities have gotten so large that they're past what the EPA calls the PSD, the Prevention of Significant Deterioration, which means you just can't physically install that many generators because it would create too much pollution if they all started. So what the facilities, just like the chips have all been in their design, what the facilities have done is they've evolved the design of the facility to only back up the network, which is typically 5 to 8% of the facility. So you have a minimal amount of generators on a site like this that only go off when the power cuts. The generators cut on until the power comes on. What happens is the servers have enough battery ride through and backup, and the cooling system does gracefully cool those servers. But if you lose your network, your data center can be down for 2 months trying to reconfigure it. So that's why putting the diesel backup on the generators is important. And they only run during emergencies. And then they will run once a month for typically 40 to 45 minutes at a scheduled time during the day, just as typically a monthly test. And again, it's scheduled. It's like from Nebraska, we had tornado sirens once a month, 10 o'clock Saturday mornings. It's kind of like that. They kick on for an hour, they run, they get their emissions tested, make sure that there's no pollution there, and then they shut down.
Making sure I have to ask the questions that I wanted to go.
These are great questions.
Well, I did have one more about the natural gas plant. There was some study coming out of Harvard about particulate emissions coming out of natural gas. And it was aimed specifically at a data center with a bunch of natural gas generation in Virginia, somewhere fairly high dense population. And came up with some estimates about how many extra deaths from the particulates, all this stuff. But this is, the thing about this natural gas plant is I don't really know what y'all are proposing. You can't even say how often it will run.
Correct. It will run as a peaker plant. So as Brent pointed out, your state actually has a whole lot of extra generation, right? And totally separate point, but interesting. Data centers are actually good for existing ratepayers because a lot of days when the wind isn't blowing, you as ratepayers have paid for those wind turbines that are sitting out there. And if they're not generating, they're not making money, right? So the data center buying a gigawatt of power consistently from the grid is really good for ratepayers because that pushes up the revenue of the existing utilities. So what our plant does, these plants will do, is on those days when it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, July 15th, 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock, you're still at work, your work air conditioner's going, your home air conditioner kicks on, and everybody's double running their electricity. That's the peaks, and the same thing in the winter. So that's when those will kick on. So it's really load dependent, weather dependent, but it's not a 24/7, 365 type facility.
Well, the one comment I had on that study out of Harvard was based on particulates. And, I'm pretty sure if the EPA put a particulate monitor next to any of our dirt roads, we'd be a non-attainment area. So to the extent that they get paid, I don't know, I think the trade-off might be positive.
Absolutely. Agreed.
All right, that's all I have.
We're just going to go down the list. Started out with Ward 5. Jonathan, go to Ward 4. You have any more questions?
Yes, sir. All right, these are a mix of all kinds of things, but in the IT zoning ordinance, it says no approval shall be granted unless the city finds that existing or planned infrastructure can support the development without adverse impact to existing users. It doesn't say no approval for building permits, no approval for platting. It just says no approval. So where are the required peer-reviewed comprehensive utility and infrastructure studies?
Those are all in process. As Jonathan said, we're working with the Cimarron Electric. We're very open to working with your staff to figure out exactly what the needs are going to be so that we can make sure that those specific things that are required can be done.
So how can we approve anything until we have those?
Yes. You can.
Daniel?
And we can, Kelly, if I know the page number, did you put a specific line item in there waiving that? Or you flung on the baseline? I don't have to memorize. I can look up there.
Yeah.
Kelly, you remember? Grab one check while we talk. Once you go to the next question,
Yeah.
I'll back to you.
So going on with that about utility impacts. So you meant, I should have asked this earlier. So you said 75,000 gallons a day for domestic purposes. Typical office water usage, 20, 35 gallons a day per person. You said 300 people, so call it 10,000 gallons a day. What's the other 65,000 gallons a day?
Well, initially it's for the fill. That's the primary reason for that. But there is also potential technologies that could utilize some of that water as part of the gas production.
Yeah, that's my next question.
To reduce emissions and do other things based on the technology.
Yeah, you can inject water into the turbines to reduce emissions.
Yes. So that's a potential use. And again, as we get into the details and figure out the exact technology, that's an opportunity.
All right, and so in section 9.17 of the PUD, you say you're using a closed loop system, but state the city could provide water system to the project for cooling or other operational purposes. Why do you need, you said you need that for the initial fill, but why do you need that if you continuously say we're using a closed loop system? Why would you need a connection for cooling besides the initial fill?
We can take that out.
Okay. All right. Get that, Daniel?
Which one?
Take out about the connection to the municipal water system. For
Essentially-
cooling.
Yeah, essentially that we won't use, we won't evaporate water for
Okay.
cooling.
So you understand Piedmont buys most of its water from Oklahoma City, right?
I've been told that, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of important to this. And there are restrictions on how that water can be used. So we're talking about all this landscaping, and you mentioned xeriscaping, and a comment about planting a tree in Oklahoma. To support all those trees, it's going to take quite a bit of water. You're going to die if they're not watered. Personal experience, everyone in this room knows that. I mean, with weather we've had in the last several weeks, we'll never make it if not watered. But so my concern is you say 75,000 gallons and you come back, not you, the end user who's ever operating it says, we don't have enough water to water all these trees. We need double, we need triple. Then we say no. I mean, so what, it looks to me like, and the staff's asking us to cap this, how are we supposed to know how much water is needed if no one's done any studies to figure out what's needed for all the other purposes?
So one, there's ways to deal with that. One, we can continue to talk about is 3 rows of coniferous trees the right screening solution for the site, or is there something else we should do, which we can, again, figure out as the project advances. There's other things, like there's days when you don't need the water. We can also utilize on-site water storage, so that we would be drawing the water from the system, storing it on site, and then only using it when it's needed, so that when you do get a stretch of a week, assuming we keep the trees and we need it for the landscaping, you would contain the water on site and then draw the water and utilize it. Maybe it gets pulled in at more than 75,000, but it would be withdrawn from the system, stored on site, and utilized on site.
Yeah,
so there's ways around these things.
But until the calculations are made of how much water is needed for irrigation purposes, we're just kind of guessing at this point. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're asking us, I don't want somebody coming back saying, oh, we need double the amount of water, and you guys are long gone because QTS or Vantage or whoever else is running this thing, saying that. So, you see the problem here? You understand my concern?
I understand your concern, but again, these are enormous, complex projects that involve lots of agencies, lots of end users, lots of details that have to be worked through. And so we have to continue down the path, taking one step at a time. As they say, you eat an elephant a bite at a time, right? And so getting through the planning and zoning then clears us to continue to advance the project, to continue to work with you, work with your staff, our consultants, the end users, to come up with a project and the details that ultimately will be put in place.
But that's not what our zoning ordinance says. Our zoning ordinance says no approval shall be granted until you do those studies.
Okay, so your baseline IT district, I'm saying the phrase right, has the required studies that you're mentioning, right? The specific language in the PUD says that this PUD controls if there's a conflict. Problem with the way it's set up right now, I know we've talked about this with staff. I'm not seeing, Kelly, I'm looking at you if I'm missing anything. I don't see a specific study conflict provision. Would you agree, Kelly?
I agree.
Okay. So in the absence of that, then it would still apply.
Yeah.
And we would need to go through that process. Yeah. Now, my advice to you would be, take it or not, it's your choice. you got a lot of staff time in this. And if you move this forward and you want us to, work with the staff and get all of the studies put together, you can do that. I think you should let staff know what you guys want us to do.
Well,
So that's your motion.
let me just say this, staff missed that. They missed it. And I told you guys, I had this conversation a month ago, and I was told the studies would be provided by August. That's what I was told, and they're not here because they were never done. And so, what I was told was not correct.
I'm going to push back on you a little bit. Staff doesn't make the studies. So if we were told that they're going to have by a certain date.
Staff told me.
I understand that, but they don't make the studies, right? That's what I'm saying to you. If they weren't turned in, they weren't turned in. And you're right, we're here, and I'm answering the question that you have actually.
And I'm telling you, staff missed it. And that's not the only thing they missed. But now, one more thing on this water deal. Going back to we're buying all this water from Oklahoma City. They entered into a settlement with the Choctaw Nation, Chickasaw Nation several years ago because they buy a tremendous amount of water from Lake Sardis and from Lake Toga. And back in April, when all this stuff started coming out in the news, they put out a statement, and one of the Oklahoma City Utilities Department put out a statement that says, large volumes of potable water used for non-potable purposes contradicts our water conservation plan and water settlement agreement, and as such would not be appropriate use of our limited water resources. So, one more reason that the studies need to be done is so we know what we're bound to and what we're not bound to, and are we going to get in trouble with our primary water supply? And these are serious things, and I'll say it again, staff missed it, and staff was aware of it, and they didn't do their due diligence, and so here we are. So I just want you to understand that, and that's a real problem. Now, you understand, you talked about expansion, and you talked about maybe building outside city limits.
By the way, back to the water, we are aware that that is a concern.
Yeah.
And again, we're not going to do anything to get you in trouble. There is opportunities to truck in the water from off-site to the mission.
Yeah.
In which case, then we're not doing anything in violation of what you
Now, you're talking about, you're saying, well, if you don't approve, we're going to go outside city limits. I can see something that somehow this gets approved. You do both. You build outside and inside city limits. You can't use any water from Piedmont outside city limits because we have a moratorium on using city water outside city limits. So I don't know where. I just want you to be aware of it. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm going through my list of things. We can check them off as I go. Back to the screening. You talked about a 6-foot berm instead of a 12-foot berm. I ran some back the number calculations here for berms. You said 4-to-1. It doesn't say 4-to-1. Does it? I haven't seen where it says 4-to-1.
It doesn't. You just can't really mow safely.
You can mow 3-to-1 slopes. People do it all the time.
I caveated safely.
Well, trust me, it's done safely all the time. You can have a robot. You can have an AI-powered robot mower, and then you don't have to worry about it.
I like where your head is at.
Okay. So, 4 miles of that at a 3-to-1, 12 feet tall. My back of the envelope calculation is 350,000 yards. You're going to move more dirt than that, clearing the site out. Okay, so that's not. I don't buy that. But it also says a 12-foot opaque screen wall or architectural screen. Oh, it's 12 feet high. You know that. So are you limiting that requirement too?
I believe I read that as an or are you suggesting,
I don't know, is it
12-foot berm and a 12-foot wall and landscaping?
It doesn't, I don't see any ors in the ordinance. It's all bullet points. The other thing, why do you want to eliminate the conservation easement requirement in the buffer zone?
Gets approved through the site plan with the final site plan.
Well, that's just the site plan. It's gonna have to be, I mean, things get lost, that the site plan is not a legal binding document. You're gonna have to put it in something, you have to put it in a special use permit or something that says this area is reserved for buffer because, you know, somebody comes along years later and they wanna do something else.
I guess that would not be covered under the building permit, because the landscaping, the grading, is that not all covered in that permit?
I don't see how a landscaping plan and a set of site plans is the same thing as a conservation easement. It's not even close, in my opinion.
Well, it's a legal mechanism that, I think that's the goal, right? To make sure we're held to a plan that's approved by the city staff. You're gonna review it, it's approved, it's a memorialized document, which I think is the intent of the ordinance.
Yeah, well, if it's gonna be memorialized, it's gonna have to be written with a description, like legal description of this is the buffer area. And that's not what a site plan is. I've done site plans before. That's not what a site plan is. I'm just saying. Let's see here. Okay, other things. There's like some typos in your PUD language. Section 1, why'd you leave out multiple quarter sections in the legal description there? Is that just a typo that you left out?
We can double check that, and if there is an error, we can revise it, but.
You say that the plan is conceptual in nature and subject to modification and based on end-user needs. But the way the PUD ordinance reads, it says the PUD master plan shall control the use and development of the property, and all building permits and development requests shall be in accord with the master plan until it's otherwise amended. Do you understand that any change to the master plan will require an amendment to the PUD?
Yes, and that's all part of potentially adding those other sites as well. We would bring in an end user, their footprint, their number of buildings, those sorts of things, but it would be in general compliance with what we have.
And then you have the design statement, which is the written part, and then you have the master development plan, which is the drawings. And there's multiple conflicts. The design statement says the building height is 75 feet, the master development plan says 65 feet. Your design statement says a maximum berm of 6 feet. Master development plan says minimum berm height of 12 feet. Design statement says no established min or max number of parking spaces. Master development plan says one space for 5,000 square feet of gross floor area. Design statement says property owner or developer will submit an alternative landscaping and screening plan. The master development plan matches the language in the IT zoning ordinance about screening and landscaping.
The conceptual plan was drawn to show the minimum standards, and the deviations in the ordinance actually show where we're deviating. So it's there since the subsection below.
Yeah, but they need to be, I mean, you're creating confusion by doing that, because you have one thing saying this and you have another thing saying something else.
I mean, I think we can get that cleared up.
Yeah. And then in section 9.0, you say you have no buffer between oil and gas and other permitted uses.
Well, that main intention for that reason is the substation, because the substation is typically a separate real estate transaction that gets subdivided to the utilities. They're both compatible uses where the buffer really doesn't make sense.
But when I hear but no buffer between oil and gas, I'm thinking of oil and gas wells. And are you purchasing or not you, is the end user purchasing the mineral rights to this property?
Yeah, we're going to have ownership of the mineral rights.
Okay. Is there any existing oil and gas production on the site?
I think there's one or two wellheads out there.
So, I mean, do those have active leases on them?
We will get all of those terminated and cleaned up. We won't have that as part of the as part of the data center campus.
I don't know how you terminate an oil. When you do that, I'll talk to you. Figure out how you do that. In section 8.0, what's the definition of density as in intensity as it is applied to this PUD?
In this case, there's again, there is no open area requirement, no open space. In this case, what we're proposing is kind of based on the zoning regulations that you guys put out there. So it's following your ordinance.
Okay, so you're not measuring density or intensity in any certain way?
Well, data center campuses aren't measured by density, it's measured by megawatts. So this isn't going to be like a logistics warehouse where, you know, you're going to have a trip count per square foot. So this is density, not, it's more.
Can you speak up?
So,
I got good hearing, I can't.
so you're not talking about like power density or something like that? Power density? Is that what you're?
Yeah,
you're not
data center campuses are measured as power density.
Right.
This, like this
Yeah,
one's
megawatts
considered-
per square foot or something like that. Maybe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so if you don't state what that density is in megawatts per acre or megawatts per square foot.
That number is changing rapidly.
Yeah.
With every new generation of GPU that comes out, the numbers we're hearing from our customers in terms of the square footage to support the same amount of power just continues to shrink.
And you guys got a nice deal from Mr. Jensen there, didn't you?
We have taken on a new partner, yes. A new minority investor.
So, when you say, you want to connect to city sewer, is that correct? You want to?
Water and sewer, yes.
Okay.
If there's upgrades needed to your sewer plant, we're happy to pay for those.
All right. The main question that lots of people have asked me, you put out a press release last week about you've secured options for land outside the city limits. Why go through all this effort to get approvals from the city when you say you just go outside city limits and do this, and no real regulatory requirements?
We think it's the right thing to do. Our customers, again, I used to work at Meta, I used to work at Microsoft, incredibly invested in the communities, want to be good partners, want to be good community citizens. Locating within the city is the right thing to do for these corporations. It brings the tax revenue here, it brings revenue for the jobs, revenue for the schools. And so it really is big companies looking to do the right thing, which I know is super hard to do. If we were just going to do that, I would be at the Cubs Diamondbacks game tonight in Phoenix rather than being here. I promise you that. But that's not what our customers want, and that's not how we operate.
You talk a lot about development agreement, but you haven't really, and infrastructure improvements, but you haven't really mentioned any specific things. You kind of just say, we'll do this and that. But do you think you've caused any confusion or undermined the public's trust in the council by repeatedly referring to constructing a new water tower while Piedmont was already well into the process of preparations for constructing a water tower?
No. Well, there may be confusion, but I will tell you that many times data center campuses require their own dedicated water tower to have enough pressure and fire flow because of the sheer size of the facility.
Well, I will tell you that your announcements about infrastructure improvements have caused great confusion and false accusations against me and the other members of this council about, planning this out years in advance because we're taking out a loan from the water system and all this other stuff. And so,
I was not aware of that. My sincerest apologies. We're here trying to do the right thing.
On the development agreement, if the project stalls or is abandoned mid-construction, will you commit in writing to performance bonds or letters of credit tied to phase build-outs of the project?
That's a conversation we'll have to have. I can't commit to exactly what that is now. A couple of things I will tell you. And another question we get is what happens at the end of life, and data centers only last for 3 to 5 years and they go away, right? So these are exceptionally expensive projects to build. You saw the numbers on the Meta facility, right? They're $13 billion of total investment. So in terms of the life cycle of these, the servers inside get changed out every 3 to 5 to 7 years. And then when those servers get changed out, they're at a higher density. And so what happens is you just put in half as many servers. What you want to do is you want to continue to consume all of that power, right? Because you're making that huge investment. People also say, well, gee, what happens if the AI bubble bursts? Again, billions of dollars of investment will turn into a cloud data center, right? Because you have that power. That is the most valuable thing right now, is having the power and the ability to do that. I'm not aware of any projects that have put that type of arrangement in place, but that's a conversation we can have. If you say, I want you to put $10 billion so we can go finish the facility, we can't have that conversation.
It's gonna be.
If you say some kind of performance bond, then we can have a conversation.
Obviously, it's gonna have to be in proportion to the amount of construction, the value of the construction.
Right.
I mean, just because it's never happened doesn't mean it won't happen. I mean,
I agree.
I think all the regulations in 2008. So will you, on that same thing, will you commit to decommissioning bonds?
Again, depending on what that looks like, I have not heard of a data center actually coming to an agreement on decommissioning bonds. The concept's out there, but I haven't seen it actually in place. And so, again, the end user will have that conversation.
Well, will you commit to designing the buildings in such a way they could be repurposed in the future? That's not a data center. Because I will tell you, Oklahoma City has got those concessions from data center developers.
Then I would tell you, if that is a new standard that I have not seen yet, that those types of things could certainly be worked into an agreement.
You should review those agreements that they're making. I think we asked about independent ongoing noise monitoring. You'll commit, right, to funding that in the development agreement to ongoing.
Yeah, is it, again, we have to work through the details. Is it if it ticks above 60 decibels for 1 second, the police are out there? I mean, we have to come to reasonable things here.
Can you commit to an agreement with Realty that includes liquidated damages, revocation triggers, and clearing concise enforcement mechanisms the city can use without funding a lawsuit? Can we come to terms without, with clear terms? If this isn't met, then this happens, and we don't have to go and file a lawsuit to try to force the end user to commit to the things they signed up for. Because that's been and I'll tell you, in Piedmont, that has historically been a problem here.
Okay, tell me more.
It's been a problem. There's been multiple lawsuits and things like that. So it's been a historical problem. I'd rather not have to revisit that again.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
I'm interested in the concept. It's hard for me to fully commit without knowing what the specifics. Like, if we accidentally draw 75,001 gallons of water, right? The contract should clearly state that we would have penalties, and those penalties would be paid.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure. Well, the meter would shut off.
Okay.
I mean, that's how I would negotiate it.
There you go.
So, and you understand that rate's not going to be a regular rate, right? That water rate.
Just like the industrial power rate's higher.
People are getting mad from asking so many questions. So you talked about community benefits, and you mentioned like fire department, stuff like that. I mean, I don't see upgrading the fire department as really a community benefit, because we have a fire department already. We have to have a fire department. It's going to have to serve your facility. So that's just sort of like, you're going to have to do that. That's not like an extra, in my view. Would you agree with that?
In some communities, in your community, yes, but if you recall in the slides that we come and talk to you and find out what you need that would be community benefits, this volunteer fire department that we funded in Alabama had some real immediate needs, and they couldn't serve their population adequately today. So that's why there we did that.
Sure.
If you're saying, hey, our baseline is good, and you're just paying the uptick, probably not a community benefit, but we're going to pay it anyway.
Yeah, well,
and we'll take those community benefit dollars and put them in places where they will do the community good.
your facility would raise the baseline.
Yeah.
Level of protection necessary. Would you commit to annual public safety contributions based on the size of the campus for things like police services, additional fire, EMS, additional personnel, additional equipment and apparatus? Not a one-time thing, an annual contribution to the city budget. I'm talking about electricity tax revenue. We're talking about other stuff.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that goes into development agreements and pilots.
Yeah.
But we don't get to have those if we don't get through a PUD.
Well,
which we're trying to do.
Mm-hmm. But you understand that the city doesn't have any incentive to negotiate a PUD now and negotiate a development agreement later. I mean, you reference the development agreement 6 times in so we're being bound to some agreement that we haven't even created yet.
You're not being bound to it, because as we move through that, and if we don't come to agreement on everything that you're wanting and requiring and needing as part of that, you don't actually sign the development agreement, which means the project can't move forward because we're not getting everything that we need to activate the project.
The PUD doesn't say that.
It's the reality of needing the further agreements with the city. If we don't come to an agreement, and again, the typical form is a development agreement, we can't move forward with all of the things we're talking about.
But there's no expiration on a PUD. Once we approve it, the PUD goes with the land forever.
Absolutely. But the project doesn't happen without a development agreement.
Why?
Because all of the services that we need from the city, I mean, you don't have to sign a water agreement, right? Even because that's not part of the PUD saying we'll specifically get that exact amount of water from you. We still have to do the facility studies to make sure your system can support it. We need to know if there's upgrades, what those costs are. That's why we take this sort of a step at a time.
But the PUD says that you'll be connected to city water and sewer. So we can't deny you that connection if it's in the PUD.
No, but you can say we can only serve you 5,000 gallons per day, and we can say, well, that doesn't work for us, and you can say, well, then you don't have a data center project.
Or you can sue us and say that you need to buy our water. I understand that you want things to work a certain way, but understand that I've seen things go haywire 1,000 other different ways too. So I'm here to protect the city. Sure, yeah. So just understand, like, I don't know you. You guys have only been around for 2 years. You've only maybe sold off 3 projects. So there's some stuff here that we need to make sure that we're looking out for the best interest of the city, and I just want to make sure that we do that. What about a traffic congestion tax during construction? Heard of that?
I have never heard of a tax congestion or a traffic congestion tax during construction.
Oh, we could be trendsetters. I mean, look, you're spending billions of dollars on food, all right? And again, you're dangling $9 million in front of us. It's not even close. I mean, if you're going to come in here and ask us to do all this stuff, then I want more money.
There's not only the 9 million, there's the 13 million on the property tax.
Which the city doesn't get.
There's a smaller, this is the smaller estimates, and we're willing to work through, again, a pilot with you on all of these things.
Yeah.
But again, it's got to be a sequential conversation.
I think it needs to be built track. And that's all my questions.
Mr. Jones.
You have a lot of balls in the air right now. A lot of data centers going on, but there's none really been completed yet. And you're throwing a lot of money at us. You want more. But I'm just wondering, what's your revenue stream right now? Why do you even do all this?
Cloverleaf specifically, or the entire industry?
Cloverleaf.
We have our primary investors are a company called NGP in Sandbrook. Public information, they each have put in, we haven't drawn, but they've committed $150 million each. That was a public announcement. We have some additional investors from some of our employees. And then last week we had, I believe it was Friday, a press announcement that we've taken on a minority investor. NVIDIA has taken a minority position in Cloverleaf at an undisclosed value and actual dollar contribution.
It was.
Having said that, one of my concerns is guardrails. In the PUD, I do not see any guardrails for water or for sewer or for noise. In other words, you set a standard, but if the standard is violated, what are our options? I don't see any options in there for us. Would you be willing to sign a conditional use permit to protect that?
We would prefer not to. The reason being, we can be, instead of being millions into this, we can be tens of millions and billions. And if y'all change your mind, we're at the whim of this group or potentially different people in the future who could limit our ability and tell us we can't operate a data center after we're,
What if you change your mind? I mean, here's the thing. We couldn't penalize you monetarily because we go to court, we don't have the money to go up against you guys, you know that. But we need some sort of mechanism in the PUD that protects us other than just saying we're only going to do 60 decibels or however many hertz or whatever. And that is a concern of mine. And I think that needs to be investigated.
And respectfully, I know I keep coming back to this, but this is exactly what development agreements are for and how the things get memorialized. This is the first step that says, yes, we're willing to advance the conversation and work through the details of this, to put all of the guardrails that you're talking about in place, work through the financial aspects to make sure that there's an equitable contribution, if you will, or equitable participation by the data center with the community. Those are all next steps after we say, yes, we think we want to talk more.
How will we know the end user is going to go by the PUD?
Because,
honor it.
well, the PUD actually goes with the land, so when they close on the land, the PUD is associated with it, and all of the documentation that we sign, your attorneys will make sure that that is all transferable onto the end users.
Who owns the building when it's completed?
The end user will.
The end user will?
Yes.
So they'll be responsible for retrofitting if it needs to be retrofitted down the road?
Yes.
They'll be responsible for paying to have it tore down if that's the case?
If they don't sell it at some point, yes. But again,
Or if it's stand there vacant?
I believe that the data center industry, given the amount of investment, will continue to use the building for the data center. The first large, small by today's standards, but the first large data center that Microsoft built in 2008 is still being used as a data center.
The technology is changing very fast. I've seen pictures already of data centers floating out in the middle of the ocean. I'm sure you've seen that too.
The AI generated ones?
Yeah, those are great. In outer space and all that. But the thing of it is, if it does become obsolete over the course of the next 25 years, we just need to have an off-ramp, kind of specific off-ramp on how it's going to be used, or who's going to be responsible for it.
Again, back to, that's a conversation we can have, because I don't think anybody knows what 25 years looks like and what it will, the phrase what it will be specifically used for in 25 years is a scary one.
That's true. Well, my buddy here has asked a lot of my questions. We got them answered, so I appreciate that, so I'll be a little bit brief. But from a profit and loss statement standpoint, we have money coming in to the data center and then going out, Piedmont or Piedmont. What expenses will be taken out of that money before it gets sent to Piedmont?
I don't believe any. The taxes will be paid and float like any other taxes are required to here in
here in
So
Oklahoma.
we wouldn't have to concern ourselves about insurance, depreciation, salaries, catastrophes, that type of thing.
Not from the revenue, again, from the property tax.
Just straight
increase,
revenue.
That would flow through. And again, if we work out some version of a pilot, that would all be spelled out in there. The bottom line dollar to you on a monthly or annual basis.
Do we get paid monthly, quarterly, annually? How does that work? Same thing?
All to be negotiated. I feel like if Jonathan does it, you're getting a check every day.
I do like his thinking, I don't mind telling you.
At least weekly.
At least weekly, okay. That's really all the questions I have left.
All right.
Thank you.
Ron? You have any questions? There has been a lot of questions asked. I'm trying to kind of keep track, not to duplicate a lot of them. If the setback or the PUD limits were changed to be further away from Richland Road and Lockwood Road, would that be a deal breaker?
Not within reason. If it's a mile setback, it's on the other side, but we're talking about 300 to 400, 500, something like that. That's not a deal breaker.
Quarter mile? 1320?
Quarter mile's getting to be pretty good. That's
just Richland and Moffett. There's not a lot. You didn't have a lot on your map there.
Probably not. We'd have to look at the specifics. Particularly if we end up coming back and modifying to pick up that other land, it's less of a problem.
Okay.
Your microphone's on.
Yeah, it makes noise. Yeah, thank you.
Low frequency. I'm just making.
Is it possible to commit in writing to mitigate off-site private property if there are any noise issues in the future? Similar to, I'll give you an example. So when the third runway was built at SeaTac Airport, as part of their complete EIS and everything that they did, they went to numerous homes, added insulation, changed out windows, so on and so forth. We're potentially maybe only talking about 15 homes, but could that be somehow integrated into the requirements if there happens to be problems? I mean, that's part of the, I think what Rob was saying down there, and what are the guardrails, what are the penalties if for whatever reason we can't meet these standards which are being set for?
Yes, as long as it's standard based.
Okay.
Right, so if we agree that 60 decibels is okay, and for some reason we're operating the data center and we consistently can't get to 60 decibels and 65 and 70, the impacted homes, we would commit that, we would work with them on mitigation measures, blah, 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 yes. We actually did that in Dublin once, a long time ago. There was a neighbor who was unhappy about the data center and was claiming noise, and so we paid to put new windows in their home. In Dublin.
I think that's all that I have right now.
Marsh. There's been a lot of questions asked tonight, and I Appreciate you being here.
Absolutely, happy to do it.
So I kind of want to summarize all of the requested changes that you kind of put into the PUD.
Okay?
Okay? And just make sure we're on the same page and to make sure that these deviations are coming. So we have a special use permit requirement, you're asking for a deviation from that, correct?
Correct.
Any specific reason for that?
It goes through the same process as a typical rezone, and there's a time limit on the special use permit in that code section. It's up to a year.
Okay.
This typical development is longer than a year. So that was really the deviation.
Okay.
Let me ask, on that, what's the year you're talking about, for a special use or for a specific use permit?
Specific. It was, it's in the section that says for a year you have to have the facility operating and running. We can do a side conversation.
I think generally, my legal advice to you all would be, if you're going to do it, we can clarify the specific use permit, just like any other specific use permit, where you have to follow all of these conditions or your permit's revoked. So if that's the right way to go, we can work through that.
You said specific use?
I think that goes to Councilman Heisey's approach to not going having to litigate everything, have a process here we can follow through.
Yeah, I'm not aware of this. I only see special use and conditional permits. I don't see the specific use in that code.
We have that process in another section I think we should copy if you're going to do it.
Okay. And you would be agreeable to something like that if we did something like that, specific use, depending on the language, of course.
Yes, and again, the big thing is the time base. We need more than a year to get a facility like this operational.
Okay. The next thing I saw was there was a sewer variance that you were asking for, but when you were talking through it, you said you wanted to be connected to the city sewer.
Yes.
Your exact language had something different than specific.
Some jurisdictions want to sell water, some don't, so we leave it up to the jurisdiction, right? Our intent is to tie in the city sewer, city water, we can write that in as a condition and make it crystal clear.
But we can clarify that on the PD, both on the sewer and the water side.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see here. You asked for a variance on the building height, 65 or 75. Is there any really specific, you said 65?
75.
Yeah. Is there a reason for the extra 10 feet?
Just to give some of the end users, their building height varies a bit, and so it would just give them the ability to go with their standard design.
Okay.
And some can squeeze it down into 65, but 75 is more standard.
Okay. On design, you wanted 2 options versus 3 options. Is there a real reason for that?
Because it's just the 350 setbacks, fully landscaped, completely hidden, it's already not going to be seen. When you have so many different styles, trying to make a building cohesive, it really doesn't flow well with architecture and design. So that's really the requirement on the 2.
Gotcha.
For flow.
Okay. For screening, you wanted off-site versus public frontage. Difference in that?
Yes. So you laughed about Dublin. I've done this in 40-some countries. I've seen some crazy things. I once got into a zoning that said that we had mechanical rooftop screening, and the way the code was written is it had to be, if it was visible, and this person made the argument that people flying over in airplanes could see the top of a mechanical unit, and there is a building in Omaha, Nebraska that I promise you has screening on the top of a mechanical unit for that exact reason. So we just like to be clear that it's on the sides and we're not trying to screen from airplanes.
You said public frontage, so I was figuring if somebody lived near the site and they could see it from like their back patio, that would be an issue. What you were trying to
No. Again, this is going to be so heavily landscaped and no one's going to see it.
I get it. I'm just trying to clarify some of this information that you're asking.
Again, some of these are just from scars from the past.
Yeah, I get that. You said the 12-foot or 6-foot buffer, you kind of explained that in regards to the size and height and all of that.
More standard, more reasonable, just it's a lot of dirt to move and extra expense, our view.
Gotcha. You're not doing cedar trees, are you?
You
wouldn't do that, right?
And it's funny, Jonathan brought it up and the gentleman in the back was the same thing. I'm like, look, this is the requirements as they're written down. We will work with a landscape architect to get a stamped approved plan that will work for everybody, that complies with the code.
Gotcha, okay. You said the difference in the noise, 50 versus 60, assuming continuous operations. Do you want to expand any more on that?
60 is just more doable. If 50 is a deal breaker, we can agree to the 50. The one caveat is if we go to the C-band, then that's a whole different scale and that number will change. I just don't want people surprised that if we go to a 50 equivalent and it turns into a higher number, but it's with a different scale, that people don't think that we're bait and switching them. Just want to be super transparent about that.
Gotcha. And we can clarify that
Yes.
if
Yep.
we're going to go that route. You have in here specifically related to the development agreement. Sorry, I'm scrolling. The end user shall enter into a development agreement with the city prior to commencing submittal of preliminary plat plans. So just to clarify this, we don't come to an agreement on a development agreement. You don't get to submit plat plans.
Which means we don't have a project.
Okay.
Which is why taking the first step is so important, so we can get to the next step.
Gotcha, okay. What made you pick that specific spot for the peaker plans?
It was, I think with the existing land configuration, it was about the right size rather than locating it sort of in the middle because of the way the transmission lines come down. It segmented that off into a more usable project. The data centers, while they like the substation on site, they don't like to be directly underneath or closer to the power line. So if you just kind of say, here's a usable area, here's a usable area, this one's bigger, better for data centers, this one's smaller, better for the peaker plant.
Okay.
It also slopes down. So, right, so when you're looking at it from the property line, it goes down, so it's better hidden too.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Barin.
You're done? You're done?
Yeah, that should be all my questions. Thank you very much. Mr. Carlo.
I'll let Byron go first. He had an extra.
Well, I called for you.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Byron. Never mind. I feel like that. You're good. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I meant to ask about Frisco Road. We want to close it off. But certainly with the previous configuration, it looked like you could continue at right angles with the right way coming out of your property. Could we figure something out along that line so that we don't have a 3-mile section of Moffett that's not accessible to Waterloo? With the added square, then you just move over to the east. But then you have this other little east. But we need some more connectivity in this city, not less.
Yeah, I was gonna say with the setbacks around like I think 350, 300, it gets really tight and constrained. And we're trying to obviously set back, get to the core of the site. It does open it up, but I think
That's a solid point, is if you put a property line through, and then we're talking about potentially quarter-mile setbacks, now you got to set back from another road a quarter mile, and it just starts to squeeze down the available area. I will commit to you that we will look at it, and that we will absolutely work with your Public Works Department to see if there's a solution that works better for connectivity, if we can do that.
I mean, you're probably going to be reconfiguring anyway with the speaker plant, and with the added property in the southeast, I'm just thinking there's opportunities to jigger things.
I agree. The other thing that we're seeing, I mentioned the densities, we're actually seeing users building fewer buildings and smaller buildings consuming more power. I think the 6 buildings is probably on the high end for that kind of a configuration. So,
okay.
So again, as we know more, we will be able to make better decisions and work with y'all to come up with.
Well, the problem is, of course, the PUD specifies you're going to shut down, and we don't have any new alternatives.
Well, we're going to have to amend the PUD, right, to bring in the additional parcels. So I think we will have that opportunity down the road to do that.
Okay.
Yep. One of the other questions that I had was, when all of your studies obviously get turned in, they're going to have to be reviewed. And considering, you know, our engineer might not be suitable for reviewing noise studies and different things like that, would you be able to, you know, put it in writing that you would pay for all third-party independent reviews and everything like that? So that would be part of the development agreement as well.
Absolutely, and in many communities, we put in a pre-development agreement that actually will supplement funds for you to hire outside counsel and things if this is more than your current council can handle. We have paid for those things, and absolutely on the plan reviews and building permits and all of that. A project like this will completely overwhelm your staff, and we will pay for those additional consultants.
Any other questions? All right.
I have a question. Not for Mr. Bilyeu, though. I have a question for a city attorney. Have you been keeping track of all these things that we've stated? Just curious.
That's writing them down, we have the items for it.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure.
All right. We're good. We're good. You can have a seat. I think we're done with all the questions. Yes. I will tell you guys that we actually, to tell you the truth, we are running late.
If that's the case, can I make a motion?
I want you guys to understand that we've done the math. There is almost 3 hours of public hearing. So if we start that right now, we're here until 1 o'clock in the morning. I would like a motion to table this.
I got you.
Or not table, sorry, to continue this to the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to continue this to a special meeting for September 14th.
So I agree to no special meeting if you're all right.
I'll second Mr. Meyer's motion.
Call the roll. Go.
Now, hold on, we can have a discussion.
We can have a discussion. You want to discuss the...
Yeah, I want to give my reasons why this is a good idea. I think it's a good idea because why do we need to wait a whole other month?
Thank you.
If I may ask you a question to clarify what you are wanting to know, would that be okay? So, you asked a moment ago, we were keeping a list of all the changes. Are you wanting the team to kind of put all those together? I don't think that your team wants to get ahead of you all, so if you want them to do that, we should probably say that now. Do you want the developer to do that? I don't want to be any confusion on what you want your staff to do.
Well, yes, the staff needs to put all of, I don't know how many things we mentioned in this meeting.
7,400, we got that.
Yeah. I mean, that needs to be compiled and given to the council for their, to have for their, on their own.
I just want to leave any confusion in the air.
And we're gonna have a special meeting in 2 weeks, theoretically. That would be done pretty quickly.
We're not having special meetings.
Okay, so should I amend my meeting to instruct, my motion to instruct city staff to correct and summarize all of the council's concerns and bring that back to be heard at a special meeting on the 14th?
Can do that.
And that will be my motion.
Okay, so we got a motion on the table. Rob, you want
Wait, need a second.
Seconded, and that's for that date.
Hold on, Jonathan did second.
Oh, but I took that to mean he's rescinding his motion, making a new motion.
Yeah, Mr. Myers made a motion.
I amended it.
And amended his motion.
Okay, so
And Byron second.
Byron, we have a second from Byron.
Can you put that on the?
We have a planning commission scheduled that day
Well,
at 6
For
p.m.
here?
At 6 p.m. And where's that meeting at?
Here.
Scheduled at City Council, it's at City Hall.
It's at City Hall at 6 o'clock.
Let's check some calendars real quick here.
Okay.
Sorry, the holiday threw off the schedule for the planning commission.
Tracy, I think you did, hey, you called out the 14th, is that right?
Yeah, I called it.
At the regular, like a regular 6:30 meeting, or?
How does, I mean, the 17th is just 2 days later, I don't think you guys have any Piedmont meetings that day.
So you said the 17th?
The 17th is a Thursday, and I don't think you have any Piedmont meetings, the staff's telling me there's no meetings that day.
Okay.
Rescind your motion.
Rescind my motion and redo the motion with the 17th.
Matt, could you please restate the full motion?
Yeah, it's to direct city staff to summarize all of council's concerns and basically continue this meeting to the 17th.
At a particular time.
At 6:30.
A second.
Rob, do you want to debate this?
No. Say aye.
No.
We'll have to call for a vote.
John, any debate?
No.
Matt, any debate?
No.
Ron?
I have no debate.
Byron?
No, sir.
All right, so I'll call the votes. Byron?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Ron? Aye. Matt?
Aye.
Now, is that on all the items or just that item?
He just continued this item.
Okay.
So
Special, so you need to figure out what the rest of the agenda is.
can I clarify, we're starting with public comment at that meeting, right?
It will be public comment. We've already gone through the application, we've already gone through the council comments, and we are in public hearing.
Okay.
So we will start that item on public hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, item B. Discussion, consideration, and possible action.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the remaining items to that September 17th date. Can I do that?
Wait, can I get a point of order here?
We'll debate that motion. What's your point of order?
Can the motion please be restated?
Yeah, I'm making a motion to continue the remaining items being, I guess, items B, C, D, E, and F to that September 17th meeting.
Parliamentary inquiry. Can we do that for all the items? Or do we have to go individually item by item?
It's all within the date window, so we can continue the meeting.
Thank you.
But you could object, and you can ask something else to take care of right now, right? You can say you don't do that.
Well, I'm waiting on a second to continue.
Second the
all
motion.
those items.
Second the motion.
Rob, would you like to debate this?
No.
John, would you like to debate this?
No.
Matt?
No, sir.
Ron? I have no debate. Byron?
No, sir.
No debate. So I will take a vote on a motion to continue items B, C, D, E, and F until the September 17th meeting at 6:30. Ron? Aye. Byron?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And Ron?
Aye.
With that being said, I'm going to pull the city manager's reports and adjourn this meeting.
You're in trouble with the phone. Huh?